Good morning, and welcome to the June 3rd, 2025 Supervisor meeting. We were starting at 9:02. Can we have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer? Thank you. Supervisor Dean, can you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk of the board, can we have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Gardia,
Present.
Supervisor Dhaliwal,
Present.
Supervisor Dean,
Here.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
and Chair Canepa.
Here. Perfect. At this time, we will do recognitions and presentations.
Thank you, Chair. Our first recognition this morning is the proclamation of June 2025 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. I would like to invite the representatives up to the podium as we read the proclamation, which states, whereas since 2006, the month of June has been recognized as World Elder Abuse Awareness Month and June 15th as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day by the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, the World Health Organization, and the United Nations. And whereas more than 157,610 adults aged 60 and above reside in San Joaquin County. And whereas in 2024, Adult Protective Services responded to 4,008 reports of suspected abuse to older and dependent adults in San Joaquin County. And whereas in 2024, Long-Term Care Ombudsman investigated 794 reports of suspected abuse to older and dependent adults in San Joaquin County. And whereas San Joaquin County recognizes that older and dependent adults have the right to be safe in their homes and communities and is committed to helping those individuals live longer and healthier lives. And whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Month is an opportunity to promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of older and dependent adults by raising community awareness. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of June 2025 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in San Joaquin County and urges all residents to honor San Joaquin County's older adults. Presented this third day of June 2025. Chair Canepa.
Thank you. As we all get older, we see a bigger and bigger need for this. We all get so busy in our everyday lives that sometimes we forget to go and visit our elders and make sure that where they're at, that they have food and all the necessities. And I think that's what you guys are for, to even the playing field and make people more accountable. Because as you see it, I mean, a lot of these folks don't have folks that go and visit them and are, advocate on their behalf. So thank you for coming and thank you for doing this. So who's going first here? Director Woods.
Good morning,
You
Chair.
have the floor.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Chair Canepa and members of the board. I'm Chris Woods. It's my privilege to be your Human Services Agency Director, and I just want to thank the board for this proclamation on this important topic and welcome our Commission on Aging members and distinguished volunteers in the community that help in this area. And I think we have some folks who might say something. Yes. All right.
Chair Canepa, Board of Supervisors, and to each and every one of you present, I'm Bishop Dwight Williams. I serve as Chairman of the San Joaquin County Commission on Aging. Our elder and senior citizen population is a growing demographic, and with that growing demographic comes not only opportunities but challenges. And one of those challenges, unfortunately, is some of the issues dealing with elder abuse, which takes place. As Chair Canepa says, all of us are getting older. And as we're getting older and some of us are graying a little bit more, it causes us to have a greater sensitivity and an awareness that we need to help do all we can to help prevent this from happening, and especially in San Joaquin County. So on behalf of the Commission on Aging, which we're here to serve with you and our community, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Board of Supervisors and our director for putting together this proclamation. And we're grateful for that so much, and thank you so much for all that you do as well in our community. Thank you, and God bless.
Anybody else?
I think you wanted to.
I asked. I tried to get her to talk. She was
Oh, okay. Oh, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors and Chair Paul Canepa. I just wanted to introduce some of our commissioners. As Director Wood stated, there's a lot of light that needs to be shed. A lot of elder abuse can be prevented if the public is aware, speaks up, and knows who to contact. So this is our way of putting a little bit more light, but without ado, I'm gonna pass it over to the commissioners who can do a better job explaining their goal.
Good morning. Thank you so much for bringing awareness. Thank you, Chair, for bringing awareness to the elder abuse. And with 1 in 4 Californians going to be over the age of 65 by the year 2030, we definitely need to be aware of the elders in our community and making sure they are checked on. Isolation is the #1 reason for seniors' deaths, so if we can be visiting and checking on our seniors to make sure that they are not being abused, that would be wonderful. And thank you again for bringing awareness.
So I just wanted to thank you all for giving us this important day. It's not just ours, it's actually the World Day for the disabled elderly. And I really wanted to appreciate that our community participate in this so important event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Garcia.
I'm just happy that we have people out there advocating. You know, in my career in the fire service, I've gone to a lot of houses where we identified elder abuse, and just knowing that we have a phone number and the contacts and the people and the resources to help our people in need in our community, I appreciate everything you guys do, and thank you for recognizing today.
Vice Chair Del Leal.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for everything you guys are doing. God bless you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Dwight, it bothers me that you're standing there since you're a year younger than I am. I believe you're the last year of the baby boomer generation pulling it up. My kids get nervous when I answer the phone from a telemarketer anymore. Says, "Is this Steve Ding?" And I'll say, "Yes." And they go, "Don't say that. They're recording it." And then they'll, take it for fraud. And I'm thinking, well, if I don't know that, what would the older people think? And my kids go, "Dad, that's you." So anyway, thank you for everything you do.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, yes, thank you all for being here, for the work that you do for our communities. This is a very important issue, so thank you for bringing it to the board so we can, educate people on the fact that, unfortunately, this does happen. But I think one of the biggest things that you can do, mostly as a child or relative or a friend, is be an advocate. I think that's one of the huge things, but also informing people of the resources that are out there, not just you guys, but legally, like power of an attorney or power of attorney and so on, to protect your loved ones. So again, thank you for all you do, and God bless.
All righty. Public comment consent items. Now is the time for the public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment card and if you address the board in person. There is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There is a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the view of the Board of Supervisors. Okay, our first person, Abigail Samuel, is first, and Carla Huney is on deck.
Hi everyone, my name is Abigail Samuel and I was elected as the 2025 Cherry Queen. And I would just like to say thank you everyone for having me here today and honoring me because it is such a big, special thing to my heart that I get to represent this beautiful town, Linden, where I come from. And I went through a long, fun process of becoming the Cherry Queen, and I just can't wait for this year ahead of me, and I cannot wait to represent such a beautiful town that is so close to cherries and our agriculture. And I'd just like to thank you for all of our support within this industry. So I cannot wait for this year ahead of me, and thank you for recognizing me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just
how do we
one
miss
other
this?
thing, Abigail. Well, because I'm doing my recognitions and consent, and we're
Okay.
Yeah.
presenting there, so we're not taking up the board time with 11 proclamations. We'll talk about that later. You forgot about something extremely important. You went to college where?
I'm a junior. I have
You're a
not gone to
junior.
college. Yes, I'm a junior.
Oh, that was the old Cherry Queen from the past year that went to Chico. I was just
Yes.
waiting for all the Chico stories.
No, that's not me, no.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Huney and Ann Johnston's on deck.
Good morning, all. How are you? My name is Carla Huney, and I'm a citizen of the San Joaquin County. So it's come to my attention, a year from tomorrow is the primary election. We have a year, guys. So there's not a lot of time, and we're basically doing nothing to correct what happened in the primary and the general election. If you look at the poll worker trainings in both, they were sorely lacking, and that made longer times when you're at the polling place. If you look at, we got to vote anywhere in the county, and no one understood what that meant. And then the provisional ballots that were only for the specific precinct. So if I went somewhere else, I didn't get to vote for who I was supposed to. So it manipulated the voting. Yes, you did send the letters. We do appreciate that on the voter mandate and the ID mandate and no eliminate same-day registration. But I still have to talk about the state mandated programs that were put in place during COVID. COVID is gone. I don't care what they say. It's not coming back because you can do whatever. And it is not state funded, nor will it be state funded because our state is broke and they're running on a deficit. They don't even know how they're going to make the budget right now. So I think we need to make a stand with the governor and the legislature that this needs to go away because it has to start with you guys. We can go up there all we want. We have a little bit of teeth, but you have a lot more. So vote by mail. Just the ballots alone and the mailing costs our county over $1 million just for the 1 year. That's a lot of money. And then you look at the drop boxes with the 25 when we only need 13, but I don't want any. The pickup times, the times that the employees are out there, the times they have to count the ballot, all of that. If we go to one-day voting in a polling place, it's cheaper, it's faster, and in 3 days we would know the count. So I need you guys to start pushing on that. We're pushing from our end. More letters are going out from our end, but I need you guys to take a stand. Thank you.
Thank you. And you just want to wait till to consent, and then I'll just pull it, and then you can, that way we. Okay, so that, we'll just wait, because I'm going to pull it, so then you could just speak then.
Can I speak now?
Just let's do it once, because it's coming up shortly.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Lupe.
Smith.
Come on up. Oh, what was your last name?
Smith.
Smith, okay. Lupe Smith, you have the floor.
Ooh, it's kind of hot here.
There's a button on the side to lower it.
Okay. I've been here so much, I don't know how, don't forget. We are here to thank you for all the support with our contract. We really are very grateful. And for the 800 members are very grateful, and we want to thank you guys, all of you guys, for supporting us in our contract. Okay, we really appreciate you guys. And we'll see you guys in 3 years.
Hopefully before then, thank you.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. Okay, but thank you from all of us. We want to thank you, the union and all my care providers and the recipient, especially too, the way things are now. So thank you for everything you guys supported. That's all.
Thank you. We appreciate what you do in the community.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Lauren. You can restate your last name, because I probably wouldn't.
Okay. Yeah, this
Please.
is Lauren Danielle Cardinale. In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Supervisors, I'm here today to ask you for what might seem to be the impossible. Under the California Health and Safety Code 10025, the Board of Supervisors shall take measures as necessary to protect public health. This is now a must. On May 21st, Senator Ron Johnson held a hearing on the Permanent Subcommittee of Investigations. It was called the Corruption of COVID and the follow-up to the COVID vaccination. The injection that was passed along to everybody has shown since April of 2021 to be fatal. CDC emails reveal that the CDC hid this from the general public, our public health agencies, and you, the Board of Supervisors. The mass amount of myocarditis now shown is causing excessive deaths of 155,000 in the age range of 15 to 44. That means all those people died because no one stood up in the light to the greatest atrocity that has ever happened in the world. This was a patented drug. This drug was known to create a killer protein that creates coagulating blood clots inside of people. They gave it to pregnant women. The doctor who testified at the committee hearing stated an 82% miscarriage rate and a 60% infertility rate. Men now only deliver to their wives or spouses or partners toxic sperm that will kill and injure the children. The proteins are found in the heart, lungs, and brain. I bring this to you because when you signed the after action report, Robert, you did not understand what I was trying to convince you of. These people are evil. They do not care if we die. They do not care if we live. There are now 60 other patented mRNA technologies with 2,900 patents that they want to kick in on us. The ASF-8 should be calling the Disaster Council. We are seeing case fatalities of over 470,000 people alone in 2021 as a fact from the CDC's data. They have corrupted all of the history of the data, and they're not going to stop. That is why I cited our health and safety code. I am trying to protect myself, my family, and all of the families of San Joaquin County from being injected with a lethal, toxic, failed, innovative biologic product. I am tired of people not wanting to stand up against the most evil and insidious narrative possible. You can do it today with emergency work stoppage, and I've asked you a year ago. I sent a letter to the duty officer informing them of this threat a year ago. Sierra Brucha did nothing. He called me up and said, oh, I know people die. People don't die from injections unless that is the plan. This is so atrocious and so incapable that if you don't do something, more children and more people are going to die.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience wishing to speak? Morning.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. In an article at Election Integrity Project California, the weakest link in the chain of threats to election integrity in California is the topic of voting by mail. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Counties utilize the Postal Service to mail a ballot to all persons on the voter rolls. Yet the Postal Service cannot provide the reliable chain of custody necessary to protect the integrity of the system. Most mail carriers and postal workers are honest, but like the population in general, a few are not. This sad reality begs the questions. If a postal worker decides to destroy or not deliver ballots, will anyone find out? And if yes, how? How does the post office prevent ballots from being stolen or delivered to locations where they end up in the wrong hands? Many ballots arrive at dormitories, nursing homes, and homeless shelters. Ideally, the staff at these locations distribute the ballots correctly, making sure they get to the right people and return unopened the ballots of people no longer living there. But if bad actors intercept or destroy ballots before they can reach the legitimate voter, will anyone know? California essentially ignores the possibility that someone could fill out the ballot of another. And because the state does a poor job of verifying signatures, undiscovered forgery becomes a real probability. Why? Because the state has created an entire system that operates outside the view of citizens and observers. This Scouts Honor system begs to be manipulated. This is why I remind us of the Make Elections Secure Act, which would implement 5 keys for secure elections: hand-marked and hand-counted paper ballots, voter ID and citizenship requirements, shortened early voting, limited mail ballots, and paper elections in small precincts. I'll leave you with this. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. Thank you very much for your time today. God bless you all and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Sheriff Withrow.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to come up. I know this is a little abnormal, but I wanted to come up and speak at public forum because I won't be able to be here on the 17th at our next meeting, which I know we're scheduled to come up and speak about our budget at that time. And thankfully, the CAO has helped us so much with that. And so I wanted just personally from myself to be able to speak to you ahead of time and thank you for your guys' support. It's been absolutely amazing, and I wanted to do this publicly. I know my Undersheriff Brian Barnes will be here on that day, but what you guys have done for the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office has made a massive difference in our community and with our citizens, and our stats prove that. And none of this could have happened without the support of this board and the CAO's office. And so over these past 6 years, it's been absolutely amazing. And I just want to assure the Cherry Queen that the thefts we had yesterday and the day before, we're working on those. And we'll get on those guys. But really, I wanted you to hear it from me. And I'm sorry I'm having a tractor delivered that day in Oregon, so I will have to be there as much as I'd like to be here. But thank you so much for your support over this year and the past years, and we're working hard for you, and we'll keep it up. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Keep up the great work. Anybody else wishing to speak before we move on? Seeing none. So at this time, we'll ask board members if there's any consent items they would like to pull for discussion. I was just going to do 6 and 7 for a couple discretionary funds. 15. 4 and 5.
Chairman, 11.
11. 11? Supervisor Dane,
6, 9, 10, just for a brief comment.
6. All right, I got that one. 9 and 10. We got it covered, so the first one's, everybody good? Okay, starting off, Supervisor Gardia, number 4.
Just want to make a quick comment on the VFW. The VFW did a really, really nice memorial presentation on Monday, Memorial Day. And my family is very, very heavily involved in the military and has been for generations. And the VFW is provided a place for them to go for many, many years. And I wish I could do more. But they're in need of a lot of money for just basically maintenance and upkeep at their VFW posts. So I feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to give them some money to help them buy some refrigerators and get a little bit of the stuff that they need to provide a good service for our veterans.
Good deal. It was a great event. Yeah, the Civic Auditorium is getting a little old over there, so it needs some upgrading. So thank you. You also have number 5. Oh, did anyone from the public like to speak on the VFW? I'm sorry. Seeing none. Number 5.
Number 5, I'm sure that in those that have been at these meetings have really saw my focus. My focus is definitely on youth, veterans, and anytime that just a little quick background with myself. I feel like the sport's what kept me out of trouble. My mom and dad were at work all day, and me and my brother ran the streets, and organized sports is what kept us out of trouble. And so whenever I have the opportunity to support any type of youth programs, and I feel very fortunate, and I know this is just a start for this group, but South Stockton Junior Vikings, which I think they do a great job in this South community, providing good mentorship and the ability for our youth out on the South Side to be involved in football. So I feel very fortunate to have the opportunity in this county to have the opportunity to support Southside Vikings. Thank you.
Yeah, anybody that can help those organizations, I guess Sundown Little League, somebody broke into their storage container and stole generators, and it's just sad when people take advantage of our youth. I mean, we're trying to do everything we can, and this year we're trying to celebrate youth on the 175th anniversary, and it's just sad that people victimize these folks that don't have enough money to do the upgrade. So thank you for doing that. All right, number 6. Is Sarome still here? Come on up, and 4th of July parade, and so I was happy with my discretionary money to be able to give them $2,500. Running parades and closing streets is not cheap, so Jerome, you have the floor.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, staff, and Chair Canepa. I am Sergeant First Class Sarome Thiel, retired U.S. Army veteran with the Carl Ross Post. I would like to take this time to thank you guys for the consideration of $2,500 contribution towards the July 4th parade. This support is crucial for the city celebrating the diversity and also to our nation's anniversary of Independence Day. And also too, I would like to take the time to recognize an important date coming up, which is June 12th, which is Women Veterans Recognition Day, which is annually observed in the commemoration of the of the passage of the Armed Services Women Veterans Act of 1948, which allows women to permanently serve in the armed forces. And this is an important opportunity to recognize the women veterans who served in the past and present, who proudly wore the uniform. And circling back to July 4th, our Grand Marshal this year is our local women veteran heroes that will be in our parade. And once again, board members, I really appreciate you guys supporting our event as the chair of the July 4th parade. It's really helpful. And thank you for your continued service and support to the community and our nation. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir.
So everybody show up. 4th of July parade. Thank you. Any public comment? Comments from the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to lump all these together. Later in the afternoon, we're going to have a discussion on how we handle, proclamations, recommendations in front of the board. I've chosen to put some of mine on consent that normally we would do a recommendation or proclamation on consent, because what I'm going to do is go out to their groups, present them with their certificate, and spend a little more time with them. First off, I want to recognize the 2025 California Cattlewomen, and President Debbie Costa. Is Debbie here? No? Okay. Probably because I said, don't come here, I'm going to go to your event. She actually listed. And again, thank you to the Cherry Festival, Princess, for showing up. Queen, sorry, I almost demoted you. Had a great time. I got to spend the last week on the east side. Clements, Lockford, Linden, some of the different memorial services, and it was just a phenomenal all-Americana kind of week. Like Supervisor Gardia, we do need to, if you don't want the kids to get in trouble, you got to give them something to do. So I'm also giving from my funds to the Ag Boosters for their Ag Fest sale out in Linden, money to keep that going. It's Senior Elder Abuse Awareness. One of the greatest programs we have in the North County is Lowell Center that provides meals to seniors. But the importance to me isn't so much that lunch, that meal they're bringing out. It's a knock on the door. It's a wellness check. Make sure everything is okay. It's one of the few contacts they have. So I'm proud to be able to support them as well. I went to a memorial service at Glenview Cemetery. My gosh, it's like right out of a movie set. Old Civil War canon there, and just kind of a very small group. But they've been maintaining that cemetery by themselves for years. So some funds in there to help them clean up the cemetery so we can do more than just recognize our veterans one day a year. It's something we need to do all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, number 7 is my poll. So Ann Johnston, if you'd like to come up, we're gonna try, and I'll let you speak to it, but we're giving $25,000 to Read to Me Stockton so we could kick it up for the rest of the county.
Thank you, Chair Canepa. Members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Ann Johnston, President of Read to Me Stockton, and I want to thank Chair Canepa for his leadership in helping to provide significant funding for the expansion of Read to Me Stockton into the rest of San Joaquin County. As you know, Read to Me Stockton, or maybe you don't know, Read to Me Stockton has been an early literacy project since 2011. Working with Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, we send free children's books every month to Stockton children from birth to age 5, those that are registered. They can be in the program from birth until age 5 when they go to kindergarten. Right now, we started out with sending out books because we had just so much funding to 137 young children. Today, we're sending out 11,100 free books every month to Stockton children. Isn't that wonderful? So here's the great news. 2 years ago, the state of California embraced the Imagination Library as a statewide program. They are now kicking in half the cost of the books. The books cost $2.60 each. They're beautiful books. I brought a couple here. You all remember Corduroy, I'm sure. They're beautiful books and they're age appropriate, and the state is now covering half the cost of the books. The state of California wants every county, every young child in the state of California to have the advantage of these free books, with the goal, of course, of preparing them for learning to read when they get to kindergarten. It's all about exposure to books and reading, and we provide the books and encourage the parents to read them over and over to their children, so that the children develop the vocabulary, all of the essential skills so that they will learn to read when they get to kindergarten. So with the state of California embracing this, Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is very happy with Read to Me Stockton, because we're the largest affiliate in California right now because we send so many books out. But they would like us, and we would like to expand throughout the county. We would really like it to be Read to Me San Joaquin, right? But the key item is funding to pay for all of these books. We have a potential of another 17,000 young children in all of your cities in San Joaquin County. So with Chair Canepa's contribution from his funds of $25,000, we're on the way to actually launching a full-scale project that would include every young child that lives in San Joaquin County. So we're very pleased that we're in a position, we have the infrastructure, we have the partnerships with the school districts, with nonprofits, with businesses to actually make this happen. We're working very hard to lay the groundwork, but again, funding is the key part. We need to have the funds because we know there's a huge unmet need out there. When we go to community events and sign up families, which we're doing all the time, families from Manteca and Tracy and Mountain House and French Cap, everywhere, Lathrop, they come and say, I want to sign up my child. I'm sorry, you're not in the program yet. Only zip codes in the city of Stockton. We want to change that. We don't want to turn away any young child in the county of San Joaquin. And with your help, we can do that. So Chair Canepa is leading the charge with the board. I'm hopeful that you all see the value of this and help us actually make this happen so that every child in the whole county can be part of Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Her library's been in existence for 30 years. They're celebrating 30 years this year, sending millions of children books every single month. And we're just very proud here in Stockton to have been very successful for 14 years now and continuing to grow. I mean, 11,100 free books mailed directly to the children to their name every single month. They're in their mailbox. Parents report children can't wait to get their free book in the mail every month and can't wait to have their parent read it over and over and over again, as you all have experienced with your own children. With that, I thank you. I've taken plenty of time, but I would look to the Board of Supervisors to help in making this happen throughout San Joaquin County. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Canepa.
Obviously, your passion is amazing. You didn't talk to the part of the books that get sent back. You have a volunteer that goes to the post office and repurposes those books if they are undeliverable.
Yes, we do. One of our partners is the Postal Service. Very early on, we realized that fourth-class books are not returned to the sender. They're tossed. And so we went to all of the post offices in Stockton and asked the mail carriers to save those books if the family had moved or they couldn't be delivered. And they now bring them back to the post offices and they save them. And we have a volunteer every month who goes and collects all those books, brings them back. In fact, these are return books. We process, we change the data, remove that child from the library and put our sticker on and give the books out at community events. So out of 11,000 books we send out each month, We only have about 120 that are returned, that are picked up by our volunteer, but it's an amazing partnership. The school districts, the early education programs, the post office, the Rotary clubs, a whole variety of folks help us. We couldn't do this ourselves because my board all volunteer, because we love the fact that we can help provide those early literacy activities for our youngest children, because we know you have to have that start early on if you're going to succeed in school and succeed in life. And that's really what it's all about. And in order to make San Joaquin County grow and prosper and be more economically viable, we need an educated, literate workforce and populace. And that's really what it's all about.
Perfect, thank you. So your goal is 84,000 and the state will match the other 84. So that's the goal for opening it up for the rest of the county. So we're looking forward to getting there, so.
Yeah, we just need more money to make it happen. So if you all have deep pockets, think about it. We will take the contributions now, or we'll take them later. We just need you to know about the program and the fact that we're expanding it, again, with the help of the state, because they're kicking in half the funds. So 2 years ago, we'd had to cover the whole cost of each book. But now the state is helping because they truly want I think there's 3 million young children in the state. They want every young child to be signed up. The reality is, in Stockton, we have over 22,000 preschool children from birth to age 5. We're only reaching 11,000 of them after 14 years because we can't always get out to every family. That's our biggest challenge, is reaching some of the most vulnerable and the most challenged families in our community. And that's where we need partners to help get out the word and sign up those children. We estimate in the rest of San Joaquin County, outside of Stockton, there's 17,000 young children. So at best, in a few years, we would think maybe 8,000, 9,000 of those children would actually be registered. You have to register through the Imagination Library. You can do it online. You can do it in a form, a sign-up sheet. You can go to our website, readtomestockton.org, and do that. But there are many ways to do that. So that's kind of where we are. We really are working to get every young child. And just real
Mayor?
quick. Yeah.
And Sean, first off, I just want to say it's really, really great to see you and see that you're still
Thank
in
you.
service. I'll make you a deal.
What's that?
I would love to help and contribute so that we can help some of the kids in the county outside of the city of Stockton. But that book you just held up, Corduroy, was my daughter's favorite. I'm getting on a plane to go see the grandkids, and I don't have a gift. And so if you would loan me that book, Corduroy, it would make my daughter cry.
And he'll put that on his Form 700 as a donation.
Thank you.
Yay.
And we will be participating.
Awesome.
I think it's
There
a
we go.
wonderful program.
So if that wasn't
Thank
a great
you.
PSA for Read to
I
Me Stockton.
am so sorry. I should have brought more books. I would have given each one of you a book. But
This is the only one that matters.
I do have one more here.
Okay, go ahead. He's going.
The
so let
very
him.
cool thing is, on these books, on the inside cover, are suggestions for the parents, to the questions and the conversation they should have with their children when they read the book, because not all parents know what to say. On the back flap is a message from Dolly herself, encouraging parents to read to their children and telling them how important this is. You know, Dolly came from a very poor family in Appalachia, one of like 12 or 13 children. Her father couldn't read or write, and that's what prompted her to start the Imagination Library, because she wanted to be sure every child was ready to read and write when they got to school. So with that, I'll make sure you all get at least one of these books, okay?
Perfect. Thank you.
Because there's nothing like a children's book to bring a smile to your face and a remembrance of what it was like to have your parents, to have you sit on your parents' lap or in a chair and be read to, because that's the most important thing a parent can do for their young child, is read to them. All the research, everything shows that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
If that's not some serious passion, I don't know what is it. She's up there reciting all that, and that's the truth, though. If kids aren't reading at grade level by when they're in the third grade, it's an uphill battle. So the younger we could start them reading and have people get involved, I think is huge. So thank you so much. Moving on, we're at number 9, Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, I did them all.
Oh, you're done? So then you did 9, 10, so then let's go to number 11. Supervisor Rickman, please.
Thank
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. I know Lisa DeLeon, Vice President of Mountain House Chamber, is here. I wanted to say a few words. What is she? There she is. Welcome. Take the long journey from South County to Stockton.
Good morning, Board and Chairman and Mr. Rickman. I just want to say thank you for considering funds for the Mountain House Chamber. Our chamber was established, it was going on 1 year this 4th of July, and the funds would be used to build our brick and mortar and help other businesses coming into Mountain House. Mountain House is a brand new community in a brand new city as of 1 year old come July, and the chamber is looking to bring in more businesses. We've just done a ribbon cutting for Safari Kid about a month ago, and we're looking to doing more businesses and opening more businesses like Starbucks is coming in and Chipotle, and the funds will be used to bring in and bring together our businesses that are coming to Mountain House. I'm sorry, I'm super nervous. That's all. So I just want to say thank you and your consideration in doing this. Mountain House, if you're not, for those who are not familiar, it's basically Silicon Valley meeting Central Valley and trying to grow businesses and family and community, working closely with our schools and being well connected and growing.
Well, thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much for taking the time to come over here. And you guys are doing a great job in Mountain House, the chamber. And those of you who haven't visited Mountain House, please do so. It's a beautiful community, and it's growing very, very rapidly. And the great thing is, and it seems like every time I go over there, you guys are doing something great. And you talked about several different businesses.
Yes.
And it's nice to have a chamber active in Mountain House to help our small businesses, because they are, and we've talked about this many, many a times, small businesses are the backbone of our community, of our economy. So continue to doing the great thing that you do, and let me know if you guys have any issues. So it's my pleasure to, I'm blessed to be in a position that I could help out in some way.
Thank you so much.
So thank
I appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
And also, there's a couple of different, this district funds, one of the reasons that we put this into effect was to help folks like, what you've seen here today. Nonprofits that usually don't have the grant writers and aren't in, like, what, when you see a lot of folks coming up here aren't, the big nonprofits that are used to asking for funds. So it's a way for us supervisors who are out in our community seeing the needs, and like Supervisor Gardia, if you look at some of the funding that I have done, even today, West High School cheerleading, Boys and Girls Club, summer shootout basketball camp, sports are huge, because sports, teaches leadership, dedication, discipline. And on a side note, being from Tracy, when I was growing up, I had one high school, Tracy High, and we used to just beat the heck out of Franklin, and just constantly. So that's, so if you go to his office, he has a Franklin, and you go to my office, we have the Bulldogs. Go Bulldogs. But on another note too, this month for Tracy, we have the Portuguese Holy Ghost Parade and Festival, and the parade will be on the 22nd of June, Saturday the 21st, the presentation of the Queens. I know I've been very active in the Portuguese community, but this is 101 years that this has been going on in the city of Tracy. And for me, if you look at our communities, each of our communities are unique. And what makes our communities great are traditions, the traditions that we hold dear, traditions that we allow to continue, be it the Portuguese parade or, you know, the homecoming parades and so on. It's small town America, you could say. And I just hope our communities don't ever lose that and remember, you know, where they came from, how they formed, you know, their history. And, you know, I'm, again, blessed to be in a position that I could provide some funding because I know the city of Tracy hiked up their permits, you know, more than usual. And so this will help them be able to put that parade on and continue for another, hopefully 100 years, or long before I'm gone. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. God bless you.
Thank you. Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Board, next up, number 15, Supervisor or Vice Chair Dollywell.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank District Attorney Ron Freitas and his staff. This satellite facility is going to be a big help for the residents of South County. So thank you, sir. Looking forward to 10 years and hopefully many, many more.
Thank you, Chairman Canepa, Vice Chairman Dollywall, Administrator Regalo, members of the board for this opportunity in pulling this matter. This is a very exciting day for the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. This kicks off our new South County office that we have to have up and running by December of 2025. On behalf of the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Board of Supervisors for securing the lease for our new office in Lathrop. This step aligns with my administration's critical goal of enhancing justice services in this vital region, bringing a full-service district attorney's office for the first time to the South County with attorneys, investigators, victim witness services, and a second family justice center. The South County area has seen significant population growth, and with it, the need for expanded resources and staff to meet the demands of our community. The new office space is equipped to provide comprehensive services, ensures that we can grow alongside our neighbors while maintaining our commitment to public safety. By approving this lease today, the board has made a meaningful investment in the South County community. We are deeply appreciative of your support in helping us better serve the residents of Lathrop and its surrounding areas of Manteca, Ripon, Tracy, and Mountain House. The new facility represents more than just a space. It's a promise to the people of the South County that their safety and access to justice remains a top priority with the San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office. And I assure the board that our team will honor this investment with steady dedication in the region. So we'd like you to save the date for a ribbon cutting in December of 2025. And also, we would acknowledge our partners that made this this possible. In the CA's office, Administrator Sandy Regalo, Assistant Administrator Brenda Keeley, and our analyst Susie Sayers. And in general services could not be done without Director Dan Wirtz and Sharish Khan. So thank you very much to all of them, and we're very, very excited to have this happen. The district attorney that hired me, John Phillips, was the first to actually put DAs in the circuits. This will be the first time that we will have a full-service district attorney's office serving the circuit courts. And as you all know, the median population of our county has moved. It used to be about in the middle of Stockton, but now it's probably closer to French Camp Road, maybe even further south. And with half of our population, making them come to Stockton was not best providing services to them. So this is a very exciting development. Couldn't happen without our partners, and it couldn't happen without you. So thank you for pulling this matter and giving me this opportunity to thank you here today.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Do you guys have comments? You came all the way down here. You got to say something now.
Dan Wirtz, Director of General Services.
Just want to thank the district attorney and the board for, this is one of the many things we do is we assist county departments to get their services into the community. So without Suresh and her team working diligently with the DA's office, we wouldn't be here today. But again, it's just one of the many things we do to support the great work that San Joaquin County does. So thank you.
No, it seems like lots of good teamwork, so glad to see it, glad to approve it.
Mr. Freitas, did you mention December 25th for the ribbon cutting?
December of 2025.
No, I don't think we'll do that day. We are government employees, but we hope to have a ribbon cutting before the end of this year.
I think it'd be a very nice Christmas gift.
Yes.
For South County. Thank you, sir.
Maybe we'll hold the Board of Supervisors open house there. How's that sound?
Thank
Hold the open house.
Perfect, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Come on up, yeah.
I just wanted to ask a question. Does this is going to cover French Can community?
Yes, we don't have a line through the board. We don't have a line drawn as to who will be providing services to. Ideally, they will be, the attorneys in there will be assigned to handle the cases in the Manteca courthouse and the cases in the juvenile courthouse, so we will have that flexibility. Also, by putting it there in the Lathrop office, we are showing our commitment to having the Tracy courthouse and having the state continue to build the Tracy courthouse. But as for a hard line as to who can use our services in the new office that'll be located in Lathrop, no, we haven't designated that one way or another. It'll be open to all 800,000 residents of San Joaquin County.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. So we're early for closed session, so we will start with the hearings. All right, so at this time, I'm going to recess the County Board of Supervisors meeting and announce that the Board of Supervisors will be acting as the governing board of In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. So I will convene the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting. Good morning. You have the floor. Somebody turn on the mic. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
good. Currently, the state budget has no cuts proposed, just shifting some funding from the emergency backup provider system to public authority administration. And the latest from our association is that there aren't any further cuts that are being negotiated for IHSS administration at this time. One of the big factors in our budget is the new MOU with SEIU 2015, and that increases wages by, I should say the wage supplement by $1.57 an hour for a total supplement of $2.07 an hour above minimum wage. We've also increased the provider benefits rate, which is paid on the IHSS hours, by 20 cents from 70 to 90 cents an hour. Additionally, there's a small group of providers that have not been included in benefits eligibility. And these are what are called WPCS providers. It's a special waiver program with the NIHSS. And they will now be included in eligibility for benefits. Additionally, their hours will be added to the IHSS hours for the total benefits payment. We also increased the funding for safety equipment. We tend to run out about 6 or 7 months, and it increased from $7,250 a year to $12,000, which we think should get us to about 12 months worth of masks, gloves, and sanitizing wipes, I should say. These are just some general statistics on the IHSS program. The paid hours for this year are estimated to be 12,250,000, increasing to about 13.7 million next year. And the wage increase roughly comes to about 10% increase. Now, those two things combined kind of explain the increase in wages from 205 million to 251 million, about 22% increase. For the budget, the main increase is in, I should say the only increase is in IP benefits, and which now includes safety equipment. And that's an increase of about 3.3 million for the benefits. There are very small reductions in the funding for the PA administration, advisory committee funding, and the emergency backup system. And this is just due to fluctuations in caseload composition. So some caseload rates have higher rates of federal participation and others lower. And there is one group that's state and county funded only. And so the total federal participation for the program has dipped just slightly, hundredths of a percent, but it's a large expense, so it does impact us. So we'd like to ask the board to open a public hearing and approve the public authority budget and the interagency agreement. And I have a little bit about the interagency agreement. It defines the roles that the county and the public authority play, and the support the county provides, and the support the public authority provides to the IHSS program. And this version of the agreement is just some minor revisions, and just a couple of the grammar errors were caught, and there are no significant changes of any kind. So if the board would open that public hearing.
All right. This time we'll open the public hearing. So now I've opened it twice. Any comments or concerns from the public? Closing the public hearing. Bringing it back to the board. Questions, concerns?
I'll make a motion to approve. Is it actionable, or is it just, okay, I make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Call for the vote.
Is that Dollywall? I'm sorry, I don't.
Dollywall. Vice Chair. Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
The next item is listed on the agenda under IHSS. This one is just an action item. There's no presentation. It's essentially a consent item, but it was listed under the public hearing, but it is just consent. So the board needs to take action on item number 2 for IHSS.
So moved.
Am I doing the same thing, adjourning it, or we're good? So we have a motion and a second for this hearing item number 2. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0 to adopt the memorandum of understanding between San Joaquin County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and Service Employees International 2015 Bargaining Unit for the period through April 1st, 2023, March 30th, 2028. Okay, motion passes. Okay, now we're moving on to San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Announce that the board will be acting as the governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. So we will convene as the Flood and Control and Water Conservation District meeting.
And these are both consent items, so we just need action from the board to approve the consent of the flood control.
Taken together or separately?
Together is fine.
We have a first. Can I get a second?
Second.
A first and a second. Call for the vote. For approve a consulting services agreement with not to exceed $453,000 is number one, and award contract to Sierra Communications and Construction in the amount of $3,048,697. We have a first and a second. All right, motion. Somebody passes 5-0. Close that hearing. Public comment. We already voted for it, so I guess we don't need public comment.
Yeah, it's just consent.
Nobody was running up. Okay, we will go to the 9 a.m. scheduled morning items, public hearings. Conduct a public hearing for the establishment of Proposition 4 appropriation limits for the county and special districts for 2025-26. So at this time, John Yo-Yang will do the presentation. Hope I did okay on the name. It's from the auditors. Who's here?
Hi there. Ashley Reinhardt from the County Administrator's Office. I just reached out to Jen, and he's on his way from the Auditor Controller's Office.
Okay. We'll do number 2 then, next in the, right? Community development. Public hearing to adopt an ordinance adding Chapter 7 to Division 1 of Title 4 of the Ordinance Code of San Joaquin County designating fire hazard severity zones and the 2025 San Joaquin County Fire Hazard Severity Zone Map as recommended by the Office of the State Fire Marshal. Assistant Director Merlo. You have the floor, sir. Thank you.
We're adopting the fire hazard severity zone map prepared by the Office of the State Fire Marshal. If you could go to the last slide, maybe the second slide, I guess, is going to have the map itself. So we'll go forward. Well, so the State Fire Marshal is mandated by the government code to identify levels of fire hazard in the local responsibility areas. Those are areas within the county that are not state responsibility, so our fire districts are in charge of those areas in terms of fire prevention and fire suppression. So the government code requires the State Fire Marshal to make recommendations of fire hazard severity zones to local agencies and for city and county designation and adoption by ordinance. So the map was published earlier this year, and here is the map. What this shows, it does show, and it's labeled as the local responsibility area, and those are in the northeastern and eastern part of the county and down in the southwest. It also shows the state responsibility areas, which are the which are a kind of a darker yellow color on the map. But in the location of Tracy and actually very close to Mountain House, there are some local area responsibilities, Mountain House Fire District, as well as Tracy, South County Fire, where the districts have some moderate and even severe fire hazard. So what this map does is it puts it on record that we have officially recognized these fire hazard areas. It gives the fire districts that cover those areas the awareness that there are issues. It also those are the areas where the wildland-urban interface zones or requirements of the California Building Code and the California Fire Code are in effect. So that's where the Community Development Department, when we permit structures in those areas, needs to apply the extra requirements to protect the buildings. In other words, so it increases the fire safety of the buildings in those zones. So those wildland, the WUI, what they call WUI, are not required outside of those zones. And so that's the purpose of the map and for notifying people, and also the reason for it and the effect it will have on construction and development in those areas. As you can see, in the Northeast County, there's not a lot of development there, but in the Tracy area, it's very important to South County Fire and Mountain House Fire to be aware of and to have these maps as a tool and in permitting of projects. So the last slide. Basically, I list here the areas in the local responsibility area that have fire districts, have issues. The Clements Fire Protection District, Linden Peters, Farmington, Tracy Rural, and Mountain House. And moderate risk occur in Clements Fire Protection District, Linden Peters Fire Protection, Farmington, Tracy, and Mountain House. And high risk are in Linden Peters, Farmington, Tracy, and Mountain House. So this is a very important thing for us to adopt and to ensure that the local fire districts are aware of this, and they are. I mean, obviously we've notified them and they're looking at this. But it's also important for us to, as a permitting agency for building permits, to make sure that the WUI requirements are met in these areas. So if there's any questions.
I just have one. How much did it change?
Not a lot. Not a lot. Around Mountain House, though, right to the west of Mountain House, hard up against the Alameda County line, there are some additional areas that are in the high-risk area.
And does this affect people's insurance premiums?
I don't know. That's an assumption. I don't know for sure.
So this is just, okay.
Yeah, there's nothing that would tell me that.
Okay.
I think it's probably possibly reasonable, but other than that, I don't know.
Okay, thanks. Any more questions? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't go to speaker, sorry. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you very much for bringing this forward. And I know when the map changed, I know I keep in touch with South County. I have a great relationship with them, and I've never seen so many fires. I mean, I've been, working when I worked with law enforcement. You would see the Altamont, once or twice a year, but now it's just it's unreal. We just had a over 200 acre fire, grass fire here. Was it last week or week before? To get to my point is, have you had any discussion? I mean, I don't know if this would be your role or responsibility. I guess it may not, of course, fires, but on the county side, working with CARB or Valley Air, which I do sit on, district, to see if we can get some incentives for private landowners to make a fire break. and along with, you know, if you look up in the Altamont, you have all that grass that burns every year, and that's what, you know, these big old fires are. And the reason I bring CARB and Valley Air into it is because there is some concern by CARB, I think it is, and some regulations about when you can and do disking and so on because of, you know, particles in the air pollution and so on. But we have incentives for, you know, electric vehicles, we have incentives for wood burning, we have all these different incentives, but if you're talking about air quality, if you want to clean our air, I mean, these fires are, you know, putting so much pollution and particles in our air. And to give property owners some incentives and some financial incentives to help curb some of these. If we had fire breaks, you know, I think it would do well to prevent at least some of these large ones.
So we haven't done any outreach on that issue, but you're bringing it to our attention, and we could certainly work with the with them and make inquiries, see if there's any possible grants for that might be applied that possibly the fire districts could administer. So in short, we have not looked into that, but that's a great idea.
I'll work it on my end, the Valley Air side, and, you know, and work with CARB. Maybe if CARB, you know, stops for a second, instead of raising our gas prices, they actually, you know, do something that's productive.
Help us.
All right, again, thank you guys very much. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Garcia.
Do you guys know the last time this map was updated?
The last time the map was updated was, I think it was in 2023, and we did not adopt it at that time.
Do you know why there
We
wasn't an
published
adoption?
the map, and I don't know that was a requirement at that time.
Is it a requirement now?
It is a requirement now by the government code, yes.
All right. Yeah, and then I would imagine that, I would think that ISO ratings will probably be changed if we're gonna increase that map's gonna increase it as fire danger insurance is probably gonna go up for those areas which are already a challenge in California.
What's that acronym?
ISO is Insurance Services Office.
Thank you.
So all communities have a rating. Stockton at one point was a class 1 city, but now it's like a 4 or 5. So, and I think some of the questions that Supervisor Rickman brought up too is, you know, is there ability to, because of this adoption of this map, is there the ability to get extra funding for our districts? I mean, that's definitely, I think, something that we need to look on. I mean, basically, adoption of this map is just making the districts aware. I'm pretty sure they're aware of the fire challenges that are in their districts. It's a matter of coming up with funding to mitigate and putting, you know, protections in place to make sure that we protect our community. So I think that the funding part of trying to make our protection better, I think definitely as Supervisor Rickman brought up, I think definitely it'd be feasible for us to look into.
Yes, yes. I will say too, in looking at the map, it hasn't changed a whole lot since that earlier map. However, there are some, I think where the changes really are in South County Fire, Tracy Fire, and the Mountain House area. The eastern part of the county hasn't really changed too much. So I've spoken with the fire prevention officer, Tim Spears at South County Fire, who has since left, unfortunately, and but we can work with Chief Bradley to kind of look at that, and also with I believe Mountain House Fire works with French Camp Fire District under contract, so we can talk to them about those specific areas as well. So we will work with them.
Yeah, my only, and I'm not sure even if this is a question, but it's, you know, my thought is that, you know, we're required to adopt this map now. We weren't before. What is the reasoning? Is it going to be another state unfunded liability? You know, that's kind of pops in my head.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know whether or not this generates any additional costs other than you know, whatever fire prevention arises in addition to what has been in the past. So, I don't know for sure. I don't think there's any specific liability other than just the cost of fire prevention in that area that might or the limitations. Really, how it affects the community development department is that it expands slightly the area of where WUI is required. So development, I think, in those areas will become more expensive in the sense that they'll have to use more fire protective materials in the buildings, in the homes, and the buildings that are in those areas.
Can you explain WUI to maybe some of the may not know what it means?
So WUI is the wildland urban interface, and it's part of there's an international WUI requirement that is international in the sense it's developed by the International Code Council. It's been incorporated into California's building and fire codes and also the residential code, that in these hazard areas, it puts additional requirements for fire preventative construction in those particular areas. So these are the areas that would have that. And of course, the state responsibility areas where the state fire marshal governs, which is predominantly in the southwest corner where the fire was a year or so ago. It's also required there as well. So they're the fire agency, the state is in those areas. So that's what wildland urban interface requirements are. It's when the new construction is close to is at the interface of wildlands, and these local responsibility areas and the state responsibility areas are the zones where that is needed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. I'll open up the public hearing. Anybody have public comment? I will close the public hearing, come back, comments from the board, final comments.
No, motion to approve.
Do a motion? Second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. Another public hearing is, you're not going anywhere, right? Oh, wait, no, we're going backwards, sorry.
Okay.
Different people. Did we going back to number 1
Yes,
and leave him there? That was the question.
Chairman, yes, the Assistant Auditor Controller is now here.
Okay. So conduct a public hearing for the establishment of Proposition 4 appropriation limits for the county and special districts for 2025, 2026. John Yo Yang. I hope I didn't massacre your name.
No worries.
You have the floor.
Good morning, Chairman Canepa and members of the board. Joining me today is Stanley Lawrence. He's our property tax chief. I am General Yang, the Assistant Auditor Controller, and my apologies for missing our original time slot. I misjudged the time on the agenda items.
No worries. We run such a well-oiled machine here that we'll give you some slack.
Sure. I'd like to make a brief review of the county's Proposition 4 spending limit for the upcoming fiscal year 25-26. Proposition 4, or also known as GAN limit, was approved by voters in 1979. It amended the California Constitution to limit the growth in appropriation made by the state and local governments. This limit in the rate of growth is a factor calculated by the percentage change in California cost of living index and the percentage change in the county's population. For fiscal year 25-26, the state cost of living increase is 6.44%, and the county's population increase is 4.63%. And these figures are provided by the state's California Department of Finance. So the calculated limit growth factor is 11.37%. This growth factor is applied to the current year's adopted limit to come to the new current fiscal year limit. So our office has calculated the county's Proposition 4 limit for fiscal year 25-26 at just over $974 million. This represents the maximum appropriation for the county that can be financed by proceeds of property taxes. The term proceeds of property taxes include revenues from property taxes, franchise taxes, homeowners, and the Williamson Act subventions, and the related interest income. It does not include revenues from sales and use tax, licenses, permits, grants, or any other services. The 25-26 proposed budget proceeds of property taxes is estimated to be around $426 million, which will be well below the calculated limit even after including $154 million in state subvention. With that, I would like to conclude my presentations, take any questions from the board, and then request we open the public hearing for any comments.
Questions, concerns? Oh, Supervisor, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just real quick, the cost of living, what's in that? I mean, did you say 6%?
6.44%, and again, that's provided by the Department of Finance.
And what does that factor in?
Do you understand?
Does it factor in like the regulation, the taxation, groceries, gas?
So I'm sure they look at those data and include the figures there, but I don't have the exact details with me, but I could certainly dig that up for you.
No, that's fine. I can find it. I just wanted to see if you knew right off so I can discuss something, but I'll wait. But 6%, is that high? That seems like awfully high.
It is, yes. I mean, compared to what I think what the Fed COLA rate is that they reported.
So when you say cost, I just want to get everybody an idea here. A cost of living increase, that's pretty much more families are paying, more people are paying just to get by.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, that's
California. All right. I feel like going off on the state, but I'll just leave it. I can feel my blood pressure just rising. But that's it. I'll keep it at that. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you guys very much.
All right, I'll open up the public hearing. Any public comment for the public hearing? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, open it back up to the board. Do you have any questions or comments?
I just have a quick one. This is, I mean, I don't know. I'm just getting this information this morning, but you know, this is the frustrating thing is, and again, we're just talking about the cost of living. You know, the last few months, I mean, this board has been very, very well. Even I was looking at one of the letters we sent from December to the legislators about our concern for the cost of living, and this one was the carbon fuel standard for that CARB voted on in November of last year. This board sent a letter opposing their vote to it would increase our gas taxes at the pump per gallon like 65 cents or so, 65 to 80% a gallon. And just looking at what I've been informed today, I know the Assembly tried to suspend, or the AB 12 to the floor, which would halt California's updated low carbon fuel standard from going into effect, and it failed. So what does that mean? Does that mean there's a possibility that our gas tax is going to go up, that their vote in November is going to go into, I don't know. I'm looking at that. But this is just an example of the craziness that is going on in Sacramento. I mean, this board is fighting, to keep our cost of living down. Those of us that have to commute, and that's a lot of people in this county, paying more and more at the pump. We all go to the grocery store and see how much we have to pay for. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But I can tell you that this board is opposing those, talking to our legislative consultants, talking to our elected representatives in Sacramento. So, we can, we're doing as much as we can on our end, but our state is just absolutely out of control. So, thank you. That's my soapbox.
Thank you. I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Rickman and Dollywall, call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. Next hearing, public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve development title text amendment number PA-25000050, an ordinance removing chapter 9-816 abandoned vehicles from Title 9 development title of the San Joaquin County Ordinance Code. So,
Good morning.
you don't look like Eric Merlot.
Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. So this project is a development title text amendment to remove Chapter 9-816 abandoned vehicles from Title 9, the development title. So the current language in Title 9 delegates the responsibility for the abatement of abandoned vehicles on private property to Community Development Department, while the state code delegates authority for abatement of abandoned vehicles in the public right-of-way to the Sheriff's Department. Both departments recognize that transferring all abandoned vehicle responsibilities to the Sheriff's Department would result in a more consistent response and better serve the county constituents. The change requires 2 ordinance amendments, one by CDD to remove the language from Title 9 and a second by the sheriffs to add the language to Title 6. Both of these ordinance changes are on today's agenda. On April 3rd, 2025, the Planning Commission voted to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors for approval. In order to approve the ordinance change to Title 9, findings for a development title text amendment must be made. The findings are attached to the board letter and can be made in the affirmative. And it's recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution with the recommendations shown on the slide and included in the board letter. Thank you.
Perfect. I just have one question. A lot of people complain that people park their cars in county pockets on their lawn. If there's street parking, is there anything, I know this doesn't address it, but I mean, obviously this is going to the Sheriff's Department out of your guys' department, so you're handing it off to them, which makes perfectly good sense. But is there something that we need to address later in that? Because I mean, if it's untagged and on private property, then it's still, is it a nuisance then, or?
Well, so through the chair, if it's their own car that's parked on their lawn or someone else's car, so.
Usually it's their own car that, I mean, and so it's blight in the neighborhood, so a lot of people are concerned, you know. I mean, I get it if you're out in the country, but we have so many county pockets that you have city code and county code, and it's just frustrating for folks that.
So our development title does not have any regulations that prevent you from parking on your lawn. Sometimes in the cities they do, our development title doesn't. So it could be blight if it was a vehicle that is sitting there and not moving, that could be considered an abandoned vehicle. And at this point, CDD would have handled it, but now the sheriff's office will handle it. But they'll go through the proper process of determining if it's abandoned and things like that.
Okay, so it'd be kind of cleaning up a code to give special circumstances for that, or I mean?
So if I was wanting to park my car on my lawn every day and move it every day, we don't have anything that prevents you from doing that.
Okay.
But if it was an abandoned vehicle, if I just parked my car on my lawn and left it, then you would potentially have an abandoned vehicle abatement problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions? Supervisor Rickman? Yeah, you're on there.
Because if not, I'm not going to push my button anymore. But hey, just to talk about what you were just talking about. I know when I was mayor, I brought an ordinance, and that's what you're gonna need to do if you want to do something like that. Bring an ordinance to this board, and we can go forward. But I did something exactly what you're asking for in Tracy when I was mayor. So
Was it a big problem? I mean, there's certain areas. I mean, obviously, the whole district of the city of Stockton. So.
Right. I mean, it would have to be just unincorporated area where we have jurisdiction, but it would be, if you want something like that, it would just be easy to go there and copy their code and bring it back.
Okay, if we could look into that.
That's up to you.
Yeah, no, I think that, I mean, do you get a lot of complaints? I get a lot of complaints. I don't know if you guys get it, because you have more kind of rural areas, so it's.
That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I mean, just a question before you go down this road. I mean, if the guy in front of his own house in the county is parking on his lawn, if he rips out his lawn and he cements it and it's a driveway, then it's legal. So yeah, you're arguing aesthetics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that too. I mean, we're opening up a big can of worms. I mean, there are a lot of people that have park RVs, boats, maybe on the side of the house. And I understand that, with the county pockets in the middle of the city, it can be an eyesore. I think that's something we definitely would want to discuss before we, move
But
forward.
yeah, it's up to you guys. That was just one of the concerns. Tracy Glaze was talking about it, and if it's blighting an area, then I get it. So, I mean, if it's not too, well, if it's not too intrusive, but I mean, that's the thing. I don't get the complaints, so that's why I was kind of asking for input to see if it's something that you guys get a lot of complaints about. Okay. All right, then I will, we're gonna need to, any other comments? I'm gonna open the public hearing. Open the public hearing. Any comments on the questions or from the public? Hearing none, I'm closing the public committee. Come back for motion.
So moved.
Motion second. Supervisor Rickman, seconded by Gregory. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. All right, moving on. HSA, conduct a public hearing for the San Joaquin County 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan and 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan consisting of the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, Home Investment Partnership Home, and Emergency Solutions Grant. So we have Director Woods, Deputy Director Don McLeish, Management Analyst Jeanette Palomares. You all have the floor.
Good morning, Chair Canepa, members of the board. I'm still Chris Woods, Human Services Agency Director. It is, I think, fitting 1 year ago that this board took action and we welcomed neighborhood preservation to the HSA team. Neighborhood preservation, small and mighty, and is doing great work. It is my pleasure to introduce Don McLeish and Jeanette Palomares, who will present the item that is required here by HUD as a condition of receiving funding. So.
Present the 2025 through 2029 Consolidated Plan and the 2025 through 2026 Annual Action Plan. The Consolidated Plan is developed every 5 years and contains an assessment of housing and community needs of the urban county and a strategy for addressing identified needs. The Consolidated Plan is required in order to receive federal funds through Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership Program, and the Emergency Solutions Grant, otherwise known as CDBG, Home, and ESG. The county is assigned the lead agency and grantee with HUD. Neighborhood preservation helps coordinate the process with participating cities. However, the cities listed award and manage their own grants. San Joaquin County's identified strategies listed in the Consolidated Plan include maintain and increase the supply of affordable housing for low-income households, expand the capacity and availability of shelters and transitional housing options for the homeless, expand the capacity and availability of public services for low-income households, improve public infrastructure and public facilities in target areas, and encourage economic development activities. The consolidated planning process includes conducting outreach to the community, leading stakeholder meetings, and gathering local data. The results of these efforts help the county and cities identify high-priority needs. It will also ensure that programs are data-driven and place-based. The plan includes a required analysis of impediments. This is analysis of the housing and economic market conditions. The finalized strategic plan addresses our jurisdiction's priority needs and goals. The strategic plan informs our annual action plan by describing how CDBG, home, and ESG funds are to be spent. This is required for annual entitlement funding. The preparation and adoption of the 2025-26 Annual Action Plan is a prerequisite for receiving the county's entitlement funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The annual action plan provides a one-year strategy to accomplish the goals and objectives identified in the 2025-29 consolidated plan document. The annual action plan specifically describes how entitlement funds are to be spent during the fiscal year. The 3 grant funding applications in the annual plan are CDBG, Community Block Development Grant, Home Investment Partnership Act, or HOME, and Emergency Solution Grants, or ESG. This is a breakdown of funding by each jurisdiction for the 25-26 entitlement program for CDBG and HOME programs. The ESG program funds are awarded directly to the county. Each allocation is determined by a formula using 2010 census data, and it includes a mix of population, poverty, overcrowded units, and pre-1940 units. Now, Jeanette Palomares from Neighborhood Preservation will review the funding recommendations with you.
These are the county CDBG activities that are being recommended for approval, which total $1,800,733. Program income projects are also included, which total $500,000, making the total CDBG request $2,300,733. Program income is derived from client loan payments and loan payoffs of rehabilitation and first-time home buyer loans. The next few slides will provide a breakdown of the CDBG projects by activities in the recommended entitlement plus program income. The recommended county public improvements and facilities improvements project activity request includes Gospel Center and Community Medical Centers projects in the amount of $638,907. The recommended housing project is for Neighborhood Preservation's rehab program in the amount of $853,047. And these are the recommended county public services project requests, which include a variety of services such as meal programs, outreach services, and after-school programs. Public services is limited to 15% of our total allocation plus program income, and this is also the activity that receives the largest request for funds. The public services activities combined entitlement and program total is $313,831. The county administration portion of the CDBG funding is $494,948. Program income funds were added for public service projects along with the county's rehabilitation housing program, which total $500,000. And the total recommended CDBG funding request is $2,300,733. This slide contains the recommended county home activities. Neighborhood Preservation and DCDC will be receiving $421,840 for the housing rehab program and the senior housing at Salas Park. Next lines are HUD's mandated set-aside. We allocate 15% of our grant funds to a community housing development organization, or CHODO, which has been awarded to STAND. The funds will be used for acquisition, rehab, and gap loans, and 10% of our total grant funds for program administration. The county home allocation value is $666,052. Program income funds will also be included for the county's down payment assistance program and home rehabilitation program. This makes the total home recommendation $816,052. And these are the ESG activities that are being recommended, which total $262,234. The following are the 4 recommended ESG street outreach project requests, which total $39,750. These items are the recommended ESG emergency shelter project request, which total $97,923. And the following are rapid rehousing homeless prevention project in the amount of $104,894, and administration in the amount of $19,667. And this makes the total ESG recommendation $262,234.
Your approval today will allow staff to submit the consolidated plan and annual plans to HUD by June 15 deadline to assure funding availability. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors receive comments on the 25-29 consolidated plan, the 25-26 annual action plan, approve these plans, and direct the Human Services Agency Director to submit both the consolidated plan and the actual annual action plan to HUD for final approval. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Gardia.
So and I'm new to this, so I got a question for you. So I saw some cities that weren't on that list, Mountain House, Lodi, Stockton. Can you explain why?
So Lodi and Stockton receive their own entitlement funding from HUD directly, and Mountain House is not eligible because of the poverty rate. They don't meet the threshold.
Okay, thank you.
But they were notified and communicated with.
Thank you.
I just have a question. What is an impediment? What is that analysis of impediment?
So it's the difficult, like, it would be our market conditions that would make affordability a challenge, availability a challenge, just different things that make poverty higher in our region.
Okay, and then all these ratings of who gets this money comes from the continuum of care there, right?
This is separate outside of that.
This is totally separate?
Mhm.
Okay, because, so there are two separate funds that people are doing. This is actually what's mandated and given to the county?
Yeah, so this is a HUD process. HUD has a COC process for the program competition funds. This is CDBG, Home, and ESG, so it's separate outside of that, and we do another public process for this tranche of funding.
Okay, so then who does all the evaluations on the rankings?
Neighborhood preservation staff.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions? Okay, open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Closing the public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
You can take your pick, Ding or Gardia on the second. Call for the vote. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Public Works. Public hearing related to the adoption of an ordinance amending Division 2 of Title 5 Ordinance Code of San Joaquin County by amending Chapter 13 Compliance Fee. Said ordinance introduced and waived May 13, 2025. Fritz Buckman and David Tolliver, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Canepa and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. This is a time and date set for a public hearing regarding an ordinance amending Division 2 of Title 5 of the County Code related to the AB 39 compliance fee. Staff will provide a brief presentation regarding the proposed ordinance changes. Following the presentation and any questions the board may have, we recommend that you conduct a public hearing and consider adopting the proposed ordinance. At this point, I'll turn the presentation over to Deputy Director David Tolliver.
Good morning, Chair Canepa and members of the board. We're here to discuss a proposed amendment to the AB 939 compliance fee ordinance. This amendment will play an important role in supporting sustainability of our waste management programs in San Joaquin County. Let's begin with an overview of AB 939 and its compliance fee. This fee was established in 2005 to support the county's integrated waste management plan. Initially set at $1 per ton, it was increased to $2 per ton in 2010. The fee is collected through landfill disposal volumes on a per-ton basis and is intended to ensure a steady revenue stream for waste management programs required under AB 939. Let's take a closer look at the programs this compliance fee supports and how they benefit our community. As mentioned in the overview, the AB 939 compliance fee directly supports the county's integrated waste management plan. These funds are needed to implement a wide range of required programs, including waste diversion initiatives such as recycling ag pesticide containers and community outreach efforts to promote sustainable practices. Additionally, the fee funds regulatory compliance programs such as electronic waste collection, and it ensures hazardous waste management services are available to residents free of charge and small businesses at cost. It's worth noting that many of these programs are free to the public, providing valuable benefits to the entire community. While these programs provide significant benefits to our community, they require adequate funding to be sustained. Unfortunately, as we will see on the next slide, there is a financial gap that needs to be addressed to maintain these vital services. As we examine the financial situation, the current funding gap is a significant concern. For 2024, the expenses for these programs are expected to reach $7.5 million, while revenue from the AB 939 compliance fee is only $3.1 million, leaving a $4.4 million shortfall. This deficit has been caused by rising costs, including new state mandates, increased material expenses, and the absence of an inflation escalator. While we are reallocating resources from the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund to manage the short-term needs, this approach is not sustainable. The fee increase is necessary to stabilize funding, ensure program viability, and avoid compromising other critical services funded by the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund. To address these challenges and ensure sustainability of our programs, we propose increasing the compliance fee from $2 per ton to $5 per ton. This change will generate an additional $4.4 million in revenue. Approval of the increase in the AB 939 compliance fee will require the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund to reallocate an additional $3 from the existing gate fees for every ton of waste disposed of in county-owned landfills. Importantly, there is no plan to increase gate fees at county-owned facilities. As a result, the proposed increase in the AB 939 compliance fee will not result in any additional costs for county landfill customers. The proposed amendment to the Ordinance Code Section 5-2921A implements the $3 compliance fee increase over a 3-year period, after which the fee will be adjusted for each of the following 3 years based on the Consumer Price Index. The proposed amendment to the Ordinance Code Section 5-2921B specifies that fee payments are due before the last day of the month, following the month in which the landfill received the waste. At this point, I will pass the presentation back to Director Buckman to review the formal recommendation.
Thank you, Deputy Director Tolliver. Chair Canepa and board members, this concludes our presentation. Following any questions the board may have, it is our recommendation that you conduct a public hearing and consider adopting the proposed ordinance. Staff and I are available to address any questions your board may have.
I just have one quick question. So when does it cover the 4.4 million shortfall?
After the 3rd year, when the fee gets to $5, that will close the gap.
And then what backfills that every year till then?
The Solid Waste Enterprise Fund will close the gap.
Okay. Supervisor Gardia.
No, I just appreciate that we were able to come up with a compromise that protected the county's interests and also the business people of moving garbage. You know, one of the big things for me is that, you know, we're all in a position that we're budgeting for our own families, you know, budgeting for businesses that you know, if there's a need for a fee increase of, you know, could be parks or gate fees for the dumps, that we do it in small increments, not wait 10, 15 years and not have a change. But I appreciate you guys coming up with a solution and great job.
Thank you for your support.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to understand this right. This is a mandate by AB 939, right? What we have to do and why we have to raise the fee, correct?
Yes, the fee covers diversion programs required by AB 930.
So state law mandates and.
Correct.
So the cost of AB 939 will be put on the operator of the landfill. Is that what it is?
That's correct. You know, really the entire motivation for the county having this compliance fee is to enable the private, to provide a mechanism for the private landfill operator to pay their fair share of our required diversion programs. Otherwise, for the county landfills, it would just be a cost of doing business.
Right. Okay, but I just wanted to, the reason we're here today is because of State Bill 939.
That's correct. Inflation in recent years and gradual increases in the
Well, apparently
requirements.
cost of living 6% in California. We learned earlier, one of the highest in the country. And just this program, the hazardous waste management, when we see the free hazmat drop-offs and stuff, this was covered? Is that covered by this?
That's one of the programs. There are a number,
Correct.
David, if you want to speak to those.
No, I don't need you to speak to it. I just want to say kudos because, I mean, I actually used it here, was it beginning of the month, the last month in Tracy, and people that I talked to and approached me loved it. So
They're very popular programs.
No, it's great when you have that old paint can that's been sitting in your garage for 25 years that you think you may use again. It's time to throw it away, and this is perfect. So, great job with that. People loved it.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody from the public comment? Seeing none, close it. Call for motion. First and a second. With Vice Chair Dollywall. Call for the vote. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you for your hard work on this one.
Thank you.
It was a little challenging. All right, moving right along. Supervisor Ding, you have the floor for discuss recognitions, presentations presented during regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the clerk has kind of a Dropbox of what the policies were and how they've changed. I know they wanted me to give a little more direction to my intent here, but I really, truly want it to be a discussion with no intended end, and that's what I think we ought to discuss. And talking to some other county supervisors around the area, they're laughing at how long our meetings are going, and I didn't really think it was funny a couple of weeks ago. We had like 11 resolutions, and what really bothered me was, Public Works, they had put together this presentation at the end of the meeting that they put a lot of time and effort into, and I literally couldn't follow 5 seconds. I felt so bad, and we had department heads coming up that had spent so much time working on the county's business, and I think they should expect 110% of our intention. That's why we're here. We weren't elected, although it's fun and it's nice, and I love recognizing people in the community. It's not why we were elected. We're elected here to balance checkbooks, public safety, and help advise our public staff that are working so hard on behalf of the public, and it was just way too long. Anyway, one of the things I did today, kind of as an example, rather than bringing to the chair recognition certificates for the 4 individuals, I put it on consent. You could say, I just wanted to recognize without having board members, each board member give a speech, and when somebody comes up for a presentation, you can't tell them you only have 2 minutes or we haven't. So some of them go 20 minutes, some are 5 minutes. It's just kind of all over the board. So I thought it was a good opportunity to hear from the rest of my colleagues on your thoughts, if we should put a guideline, a number, a time limit, what we want to do. Because I think some of these, quite frankly, it gets me off the phone when I have to, for instance, cattle women, rather than bringing them up here to hand them a certificate, go to their meeting, and I'll do it there. And then I can shut my mouth and I can actually listen to them and out in the community as well. So that's pretty much, I'd like to kind of start with a discussion and see what you guys think.
Yeah, so part of it was, having the departments come at 1:30 was kind of my doing that day was kind of odd. But I mean, it was disheartening though, because it was a beautiful presentation and we have 2 of them today, so at the 1:30 hearing. So I don't know if it's just really busy that day or if we do that, if you have that many, some of them, how do you cut them off? I mean, and how many speakers? I get that because otherwise, if you have 6 people at 2 minutes a person, I can see where that gets rather lengthy. So part of that was my problem that day.
I have a quick.
Go ahead.
Judge Chairman, thank you, and I agree with Supervisor Ding. Hey, we all love presentations, and we should do them, I agree. But, there has to be a balancing act. I think one day we had 11, and we put 2 on consent, we had 9. I think we all had to be in Sacramento for CSAC for a meeting. Supervisor Ding and myself had to leave early. Our CAO had to be there, and yeah, imagine I think you were late because, again, we spent an hour and a half, I think, almost 2 hours on presentations in the morning. And one thing that we have to remember is folks here in the audience are here for whatever it may be on the agenda item. Some of you are, may not be going to work or took some time off work to be here. Some of you may be, I don't see any attorneys here today that pay for attorneys to be here, so they're on the clock. Everybody knows attorneys don't work for free, right? And, they charge, by the minute. Is that correct, County Council? But, it's a disservice to them. And also, we have rules of how long people can speak. There has to be a fairness too. We're telling people, hey, don't go past 3 or 5 minutes for a presentation. Then we're like what you were saying, we allow somebody to go 10, 15 minutes. The fairness isn't there, or, some folks are getting special treatment while others are not. So, yeah, I think there, needs to at least be a limit up in the front. If you want to push if we have, for some reason, 10 or 11, then just do so many in the front end, 3, 4, and then push the rest in the back so we can get to business and people can actually get out of here that don't need to be here.
So that makes sense to do a time limit, and then, if you go over, but it needs to stay consistent. So, otherwise you do have favoritism where someone is allowed to talk. That's what, like Ann today, she did a fabulous job, but it was not in consent. She would have been cut off at 3 minutes had it been then. But then, as the board chair, do you allow them to speak twice? Then it becomes that favoritism kind of thing that you're talking about.
To the chair, if I may.
Go, yes.
So to public comment, when members of the public come up to speak under public comment, they're given 3 minutes.
Okay.
If a board member invites someone up to speak, like Ms. Johnson or anybody else, we leave it up to the board members. Obviously, they want to hear something from that person. They're having a discussion. I do want to provide some historical context to the recognitions, something for the board to consider. Previous policy by the county administrator's office, long before Sandy, Jay, Monica, I think it was Manuel, that required departments to put their proclamations on consent. In the last few years, the board did change that. Recognitions initially was meant to recognize the public, members of the public in the community that we don't normally hear from or know about what's going on out there. And so departments would put their proclamations on consent because the county administrator at the time didn't want it taking up a lot of board time. I think at the last meeting we had 5 or 6 department proclamations. Now, with good reason, the board said, well, that's not really fair to our departments. We want our departments to be recognized also at the meetings. So I think to strike a balance, you could go back to having them on consent, and if there's time and a department's desire, board members can always pull consent items and acknowledge them. So I just want to put that out there, that was a way to curb the number of proclamations that were presented at the meeting.
Okay.
And I know all the departments are now mad at me, but I just throwing it out there.
Supervisor Garcia?
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion, because that gives us the ability to actually go out to those departments and actually be with maybe some of the people that aren't able here to make the supervisor meetings. Maybe we could team up or something like Fritz did with maybe a barbecue or something that it gives us the opportunity to get out there and recognize the people more than an official way like we do here at the meetings.
Okay.
And then if
Supervisor Ding?
If
Are
you
you
could
good?
just expand on previous guidelines, there was also a section, I can't remember everything you sent me. They couldn't be controversial. There was a little more, if you could go over that as well.
Sure. We've always recommended, that proclamations, the nature of the proclamations be related to county service, non-controversial, non-political, non-religious, a little bit more just broader in nature, something that it's not divisive or going to cause any issues. That's a recommendation. That is incredibly, what's the word? It's up to interpretation, what somebody considers to be divisive. So that one's a little bit harder to police. There was also rules that the board had adopted in the past that gave the chair the authority to approve or deny items to be on an agenda. The chair no longer has that authority. That was taken out a few years ago. So in saying that, board members can put any proclamation they want on the agenda without the chair having the ability to say no or yes.
Well, then, I'm sorry.
Go, you have the floor.
Chair. How does the chairman and the clerk, if we can put anything on there we want? In fact, there was a past incident, wasn't there, in a couple of boards ago where, oh, that's right, I remember, yeah, Tom. He got pissed off at the chair or whatever, and so he would 10, 11, he was recognizing left-handed people and three-legged dogs and whatever to prove a point. How does the chair stay in control? Not that, I know you don't, and I don't think you would want to have full control of what goes on and what's not. But at some point, we got to have some that there can only be, whether it's 3 or 4. What's the control? So we have a happy balance there. Between me deciding someday I want you all to be here till midnight, so I'm gonna put 20 resolutions on the agenda.
It was a unique situation where we had the 11, and I want to say probably 5 or 6 of them were department proclamations. I think that's a start. If you want to give the chair some authority to limit the number of recognitions based on the size of the agenda, because it really is the chair, the county administrator, and the county council, and the clerk who see what the draft agenda is looking like in advance.
So if we
those
put
decisions.
departments on consent, and we could still do what we did today, you pull it and just say, hey, the guys from Public Works are here. There's a pothole in front of my house, make sure to get it filled, thank you very much, and then move on.
Correct.
And then, even recognitions like cattle women and some of the things I did today, just a quick mention and move on. And
Because, to your point, because there was some standing ones that used to do throughout the year, right?
There are,
And that was the thing, like the day, the organ donor day, I wasn't cutting that lady off. She lost her, her son to that. That's the hard, there's some times that you don't intervene in the time allotment. So I guess that would be part of it when you have that many to go. Is that good to do it when there's that many, or do we just need to stick with the process? And Sonny, or Vice Chair, I'll get you next. So those are the questions. We need.
But if you told everybody they've got 3,
I
it's
think
just
that's
a
the thing.
standard rule.
It's just stay
3 minutes.
consistent with it all,
Yeah.
and that way you have this long, and I think that would speed things along. Instead of 5 people all talking, hey, you have this many, choose who you would like to speak, kind of thing.
Yeah, and to reiterate, through the chair, we did do that for that last meeting. We asked everybody to have 1 speaker, limit the time that they spoke. But as you see, people get passionate, and a lot of people want to speak to these things. But we always do ask to keep their comments limited and sometimes to limit the number of speakers. Other times, playing guitar and listening to the songs and and the kids singing, it can be a full production at these board meetings. When there's time, it's great. When there's not time, it can be frustrating. So it's hard to limit, but I would take direction from the board, how you want to do that.
Vice Chair?
Thank you, sir. That's exactly what I was going to suggest. When we do the recognitions and you have a large group of people, we don't need to hear from all of them. Most likely, they all going to say the same thing. As long as, they have one person sharing the information, I think that will save time.
Yeah, or give them an allotment of time, and then how they choose to let each person, you know what I mean?
And I would say it's completely fair to give them 5 minutes, and this is just my suggestion. I mean, they have a lot to share about what their programs are going on, and especially if it is a large group and it's limited to one person, to have that opportunity to really tell the board their story, I think is fair. It doesn't mean that we're not being fair to public comments that's restricted to 3 minutes. That's different, unless county council disagrees with me.
We didn't ask him.
Supervisor Gardia, and then Supervisor Rittman.
Yeah, that'd be my recommendation, is maybe one speaker, 5 minutes, and, if they feel like they need more than that, then give them the opportunity that maybe we do something in person to fulfill their needs. That would be my suggestion.
What about the number? You gotta think about the number of presentations.
So do you want to do a time allotment then? I mean, if you got, so
I mean-
nine at 5 minutes would be 45 minutes. So I don't think you're going to have more than 9. So I mean, is it 45,
I think we cap it at, you know what, the less you have, the more special it is. It's not like children, if you have 9 children, they're
Okay, so
all
I think-
special.
but
But if
like
you
you're
have
saying,
3,
put the-
but if you have 3, I think we really need to cap, the rest of them go on consent. We do 3 publicly and throw the rest on consent. And if you want to, recognize the person, you could do so. But the full-on resolution proclamation, I think we need to.
Or
Have
something
Okay,
like.
so staff
we have
going on consent? Is that what you-
5 of us up here, so each of us have as an opportunity to put one forward. That would limit it. We're not all gonna put one on. That would be at the max 5, then whatever may be on consent.
Of a special circumstance where you
Right,
need to.
but I do have a question on the chair's authority. Yeah, I understand what Rochelle was saying. However, I mean, he's the one that runs the meeting. He's the one that pushes the meeting along. So he has the authority to move items, with, of course, consent of the board. So, you still have authority to push, things around, the agenda. Or, also, you're the one that sees the agenda before we all do, so you know what's going forward. If we have something like where we all have to be, out of this county for a meeting, for example, CSAC, you have authority to talk to our CAO and pull things off the agenda. It's something that maybe the board didn't put on, a member put on, but you can pull things off. Am I correct on that?
Just the only
Yes,
catch with that is the list that doesn't make it to agenda planning before.
Oh, but to your point, Supervisor, we actually did do that at the last meeting. Through the chair's direction, we did ask departments if they would put their proclamations on consent. And we did have, I think, 1 or 2 departments step up and agree to do that. I think OES was one of them.
I just wanted, the chair,
So he does,
the chair
yeah.
has authority in that position, so, and that's why we have a chairman or chairwoman if that, time comes. And, but, I think when we changed, because like what you mentioned, hey, anyone can put something on the agenda, there was some stuff that happened, and not with anybody here on the board. It's fine until somebody tries to abuse it, and then the chair needs to step up and, talk to that individual, whatever it may be, and if it doesn't fix the problem, then this board needs to bring it back, and then we'll make the change as a body. But I just want to make sure that that you have plenty of authority that you can move things around, so, thank you.
I believe he does, and he did attempt to.
Without
but
offending people, it's
yeah,
hard. I mean, that's
exactly.
always.
Just tell them it's Ding's fault.
Perfect. Anybody from the public wishing to speak to this? No? Back to the board? So I think we have some direction.
Yeah, a motion that,
Through the chair, Supervisor Ding, if I may, suggest a motion to direct
well,
staff.
let me suggest, and then you can wordsmith it, not word salad it. Guidelines that, you know, each supervisor can submit up to one. You could submit a half a proclamation if you'd like, up to one and that the speakers will be limited to 5 minutes on the proclamation, and everything else will go on consent.
So I would ask, though, we'd get a lot of in the past, the recommendations for proclamations came from the community, not from individual board members.
And I think that's where we run into problems. And I think that's where you're setting up a supervisor or a chairman to be the bad guy. I could tell you right now, having read through some public email, and I'll address this at the next board meeting with another discussion item, you're about ready to get inundated with public requests for certain requests, not only recognitions, but requests they be recognized in certain ways. These are our, you know, it's, you don't go up to somebody and ask them for a Christmas present, okay? These are our recommendations. These are our proclamations awarding them. So, and that's the way it should be. I don't necessarily think that we need to tout every group that, you know, wants a star in a proclamation. So it should be special. These are people we recognize, you know, it sticks out, and we want to say thank you and job well done.
So
what
was
I
that
hear is
clear,
that we
was
would-
that clear as mud there, or what?
No, it's very clear. I think what I'm hearing is when we get a proclamation request, we send it through the board for sponsorship, and it would be up to a board member to put it on the agenda. Okay, sure.
Perfect. Is that?
Put their name on the board so that we can all see it, and we can either say that a boy or throw apples at them or what have you.
So 5 proclamations sponsored by the Board of Supervisors, department proclamations on consent, which could be pulled by the board. Proclamation who are presented are limited to 5 minutes with 1 speaker. And so what we'll do is we'll modify the guidelines for our proclamation request process. They were adopted by the board, so we'll throw that on consent to bring back for adoption.
That'd be great. And can I ask, and Ed, tell me if I'm out.
Microphone.
Tell me if I'm out of line here, and this is not germane to the conversation. Are you, the schedule came out at Friday night. Are you having any, you know, while we're on the subject of, since the supervisors are going to be submitting one apiece, you know, Wednesday or, you know, Friday at 5 o'clock, just not cool. Maybe say, you know, on the proclamations, resolutions, they have to, since we're doing this and we're putting it into our policy, that they have to be submitted at least a week in advance. Would that help you out?
So the current guidelines, we ask that members of the public submit their request 30 days in advance. That gives us time to route it to board members and for a board member to sponsor and put it on the agenda. I would, if you want to get my blood boiling, talk about, you know, late agenda submittals. But,
Right.
but
So,
yes,
no,
we
but
would
I'm
ask
talking
that
about
it be
us
in
board
advance.
members.
Mindful.
But if we're gonna submit one of, you know, for the agenda and,
Unless it comes up last minute, like if it's just, you know, we forgot, I'd say no, but 2 weeks is plenty of time
Okay.
to know that
all
a
right.
request has come in.
I'm just trying to take care of you.
Well, and I appreciate it, because what that allows us to do is put it on the draft agenda so that the chair and the county administrator and county council can see the full scope of an agenda. We do that on Friday, a week and a half before the meeting. So when we're getting items the next week, we don't get a full picture of what this agenda is gonna look like.
Okay.
Question.
Oh. Vice Chair.
Rochelle, since we are on the agenda topic, now I think you have extra help. When you think the agenda will be, when you going to be start posting on Wednesday instead of Friday?
So when items are submitted on, according to the deadlines that we've established, we can get the agenda out on Wednesdays. But unfortunately, items are not, if they're not submitted until Wednesday or Thursday, or they're incomplete until Friday, we can't get the agenda out until those items are complete.
Can you maybe send an email to different departments that they have, that there is a cutoff time and date?
With all due respect, it's not always our departments.
Okay. Then send it to us too.
So can we put a board on the hallway?
Look in the
and,
mirror, right?
Like demerits, and you don't have the agenda because supervisor XXX.
I'm not going to shame any supervisor in any way,
Oh,
shape, or
come
form.
on.
But I will be happy to send reminders.
You
I've
want s-
done that in the past, and I've been criticized for doing that, but I'm happy to try again.
You want social shaming.
You want, you won't get no criticism from us. But I think it will help all of us. Friday, it gives us only 3 days and
Yeah,
everybody's
it's-
rushing.
It's not, and my staff are here until late Friday night to get that out, and it's, not fun.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Whitman, and then
Hey,
Supervisor Garcia.
I just want to let everybody know that at least the board, we always submit our stuff on time. So, I don't know. No, I know, I just want to give a shout out to Rochelle. Sometimes you have, 5 different personalities and different departments trying to wrangle them in to get this stuff in so we can actually get the agenda out, in accordance with the law. So you do a great job. So I just want to say thank you for the work that you do, you and your team.
It's really the county administrator and county council and myself, like the 3 of us on Friday nights are just emailing and texting like crazy, so I appreciate.
I haven't seen our county council or CEO here on a Friday since I've
they-
been here. I'm just joking. It's a joke. No, I know you all work very hard. I know our CAO, you don't get out of here until, after 6 or 7, even though you're the boss, and county council, and you're, the same thing. So you all work very hard. I just want to say thank you. I know it's easy for us to sometimes complain about things, but we always don't say thank you. So, thank you all for, the job that you do. You guys are doing a heck of a job.
All right, so you're the last one because we're trying to move on to do the budget, so you get to speak last.
I'll keep it short.
Speaking of moving things along.
Is there a possibility, I would imagine that there's a draft, like on Wednesday, that's already in a draft that's got to be adjusted? I mean, is there a ability for us to get a draft of what's proposed, or that's not?
So once we distribute it to a majority of the board, it becomes public. And we would prefer not to have draft agendas be public, so it's limited to the chair.
All right, thank you.
All right, clear enough direction? Are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to make sure under the current guidelines are still included. Organizations, events, and matters with no direct relationship, things that you can't do. Proclamations recognizing organizations, events, or matters with no direct relationship to San Joaquin County, matters contrary to the board's strategic priorities or county policies, matters of a political controversy, ideological, or religious beliefs, that stays.
All right, perfect, so you're good?
So,
All right,
I just want to make sure, maybe everybody understands it except for me. I just want to summarize what I think the direction
How about
is.
it?
Okay, so the direction, the motion made, and I don't think you voted on the motion.
Not yet.
Each supervisor is limited to presenting one proclamation, which will go on at the beginning, whereas any additional proclamations that a supervisor wishes to submit would go on consent. Department proclamations go on consent automatically, although as has been pointed out, a supervisor can pull it and recognize them individually, but it'll be agendized as going on consent. Presenters are limited to 5 minutes, and then proclamations are to be sponsored, so to speak, by a supervisor. They are not to be put on by a community group. It has to go through a supervisor in order to get onto the agenda. One thing I did not hear, and I don't know if it's intentional, I didn't hear in the motions a limit on number of speakers that can support a proclamation. So I don't know.
They have 5 minutes, so if they want to, 10 of them want to take 30 seconds, but for their presentation, they have 5 minutes.
Got it. So I think that I'm summarizing what I think I heard the motion was proposing.
Chairman, if I could add one thing, for clarity, one item per board supervisor per
meeting, yes.
per meeting. Yeah,
Or it goes
something in
on
there,
to-
not, so somebody can, so yeah, per meeting, so we can.
Yeah, so if you have more than that, you got to decide which one you want at the beginning, and the rest are going to go on consent.
All right, so per meeting. All right, cool.
Is that good? So, are we voting on this? Do you want us to vote, or you have direction?
I think if you're going to give direction, I think we should have a second, and then you should vote on it.
Okay.
Supervisor Dean?
So I made the motion,
I'll
so
second.
I need a second.
I'll
Second. Ding and Rickman, call for the vote. All right, 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ding.
Thank you.
Do you want to do this now? And then, wait,
Yes.
so we have council at 11:30, or what time can they?
Yeah.
If they
We-
could wait. So
Yeah,
only take an
they
hour.
can wait, yeah.
An hour?
Just kidding, not an hour. I think we
5
could get
minutes.
it done in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, then we should go forward.
Okay, all right,
Thank you. Not to put any pressure on you, Jennifer, I apologize.
all right. Accept the fiscal year 2025, 2026 proposed budget for the county and special districts. Chief Deputy County Administrator Jennifer Van Stein and Brenda Healy, you have the floor. Kylie Keeley, sorry, Thank you Supervisor Rickman for clarifying that. and Making a debacle of my pronunciation of someone's name. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Chair Canepa, members of the board, CAO, County Council, Clerk of the Board, Jennifer Van Stein with the County Administrator's Office, here with the Assistant County Administrator Brenda Kiley to present the 25-26 proposed budget. Today's presentation will provide a brief overview of our next year's spending plan. A more detailed presentation and a discussion of the budget will take place 2 weeks from today, June 17th, at our final budget hearing. The county's 25-26 proposed budget of $3 billion is structurally balanced and represents a $198.6 million increase from the prior year. Departments are expecting their revenues to increase by $175.3 million. General purpose revenues projected to increase by $32.7 million, and the use of non-general fund balance is decreasing by approximately $9.4 million. This proposed budget is balanced without the use of general fund balance or reserves. It does include funding for negotiated labor contracts, and it continues the additional 5% to pay down the county's portion of the unfunded retirement liability. This slide presents the total proposed budget by functional area. Health services, our largest, makes up $1.2 billion, or nearly 40% of the budget. Law and justice makes up $644.4 million, or 21% of the budget. And human services makes up $637.4 million, also roughly 21% of the budget. Other functional area totals are shown here, along with their corresponding percent of the budget. This table presents the same information you just saw on the previous slide. It's expense by functional area, but we have the increases or decreases from the prior year here indicated. Note we do have a significant increase in the parks functional area, and that's due to largely to one-time expenses for community park improvements budgeted in 25-26. That's that 85.2% represents. Next slide shows the sources of funding supporting the $3 billion appropriation. The three largest sources are intergovernmental revenues, primarily state and federal revenues at over $1.1 billion, or 38% of the budget. Taxes at $481.4 million, or 16% of the budget. And hospital special revenues at $434.3 million, or 14% of the budget. Our general fund budget totals 1.6 billion of the 3 billion, so approximately 51%. It includes 5 million in appropriation for contingencies. Our general fund appropriations are supported by 1.1 billion in anticipated departmental revenue and 476.8 million in general purpose revenue or net county cost, and that reflects an increase of 32.7 million. The same 476 million you saw on the prior slide is presented here by functional area. The largest share of our general purpose revenue or net county cost is allocated to law and justice. That makes up just over 60% of our total net county cost, 286.3 million for law and justice. And you note, while the health services functional area makes up the largest part of our budget at nearly 40%, it uses only 8.4% of the overall net county cost. This slide contains some detail on the 24-25 and 25-26 general purpose revenue estimates. Property tax and sales tax combined make up over 86% of our GPR. Compared to the 24-25 adopted budget, secured and unsecured property tax is estimated to increase by 29.7 million, and sales tax is estimated to decrease slightly by 900,000. For staffing, the recommended budget includes 8,332.1 full-time equivalent positions or FTEs, and that is made up of 7,684 allocated full-time positions and 648.1 part-time FTEs. The table here on the slide shows the number of positions by functional area and the change in FTEs being proposed as part of the budget. And another note, as of April 30, our vacancy rate across all departments was 14% compared to 16% at this time last year. Each year, as part of the budget process, departments may request supplemental funding for initiatives beyond their base budget allocation. This year, our office received supplemental funding requests totaling 16.4 million. And after meeting with departments, the county administrator's office reviewed those requests and approached supplemental funding recommendations very cautiously, given uncertainties right now with federal and state funding, and also in awareness of upcoming labor negotiations for several groups. We did factor in the board's strategic priorities and departments' priorities as well. The recommendation for ongoing funding, as you can see here, was limited to 4 million countywide in recognition that those costs are commitments to future years. After our meetings, departments withdrew approximately 5.4 million of their requests. So a total of 10.4 million is recommended and included as part of the proposed budget before you today. The supplemental requests are going to be discussed in detail during our final budget hearing on June 17th, and that'll include a discussion of funding amounts that are not recommended. As part of the budget's preparation, our office develops a multi-year budget outlook, and this is intended to provide the board with a preliminary overview of the county's finances, not just for the current year, but for 4 years in the future. This outlook is for the general fund only and focuses on net county cost, over which the board has the most control. This is not an economic forecast, but it's based on the best information we have, including labor agreements that are in place today, reflecting the board's reserve fund policies and guidelines. There are, of course, many variables that can change, making it difficult to accurately predict the outcomes. So right now, this is our perspective of how the budget might look over the next 5 years through fiscal year 29-30. A few of the forecast assumptions I'll go over quickly. The growth of our largest source of general purpose revenue, property taxes, are projected to slow down. The model assumes growth between 0 and 2% for years between 26-27 and 29-30. Our departmental revenue is projected to grow by 3% annually through 29-30. And all labor costs related to negotiated contracts are included in this model, as well as benefits such as retirement and health insurance. Other costs are projected to grow by 3% per year. So using these assumptions, it is projected that reserve funds may be needed beginning in 26-27, with growing deficits into 27-28 and beyond. Of course, unless actual revenue received is higher than planned or lower costs are incurred. Okay, and I'm pleased to announce that as of this morning, the digital budget book can be found online on the county's website and is available for public consumption. This concludes the presentation of the 25-26 proposed budget. Again, final budget hearings will begin Tuesday, June 17th, and will contain budget highlights for each functional area of the county. We'll have some presentations by department heads and a presentation of the budgets for the special districts over which your board has control. Since the 25-26 budget is balanced, the desire to fund additional items as part of the final budget hearing will come from one-time funds, and typically those funds would come from the contingency provision budget. That concludes the presentation, and we're available for questions.
I just have one question. What was the $700,000 that went into our $5 million? Because that's the reserve, right? Last year, you might have covered that in our budget briefing. Because right, anything that we do over and above, so this is a balanced budget for what the positions, and then they removed what their asks were, right? So then whatever, if we take something outside of that, it comes out of our $5 million.
Correct. So the proposed budget right now includes a $5 million contingency provision budget. So at final budget hearings, should your board approve any cost beyond what's included in the proposed budget, it would come from that $5 million.
Okay, because one of them in here shows that we started with 4.2 last year.
We did, so last year we had $5 million in the proposed budget, and that was reduced to $4.2 million in the adopted budget due to the items that the board approved at the final budget hearing last year.
Okay. All right, so we just need to be mindful of that. So the fluff, or not fluff, or whatever that we're bringing forward. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, that's exactly, especially if you look at, potential projected deficits down the road. You don't want to wait till we get there, and then we're going to start laying people off. So that's why we want to be very conservative about our figures right now. I just really want to give kudos to your team. I'm not saying I was joyful and giddy watching the news over the last few days, but I mean, you don't want to laugh at somebody else's pain, but seeing Sacramento County at a $12 million deficit, we have a few cities in our own county that, are kind of, in shock and surprised at their budget numbers, their running deficits. You've done a phenomenal job. And I especially appreciate the projections so we can keep in our mind right now, needs versus wants. It would be nice if we did this, but we have to live to fight another day. So great work. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And I agree with Supervisor Ding. But again, I also want to say thank you to our CAO, you guys, your whole CAO team, for the job that you've done. I know those of you that don't know, Isia, I see a lot of our CAO walking, leaving here, and she has just binders of stuff, literally binders. Like, what are you doing? Aren't you going home? Yeah, I'm gonna go home. I still got to do deal with the budget stuff. So, I mean, it's not like this is a 9-to-5 job or any of you guys. Dealing with numbers is always tough. So thank you very much for and also the directors that are here. Thank you very much for working with our CAO's office and, bringing forward what, the reality is of what we're facing. I can tell you, we just had a CSAC, or California State Association of Counties, and with the 58 county representatives, meaning Board of Supervisors, get together. And, we're in really good shape. But you start listening to these other counties, and they were talking about, hey, we're just hiring essential folks. We're not hiring anymore because they're uncertain. There's folks that are cutting back their budgets or are in deficits because of the uncertainty. The uncertainty we see in Sacramento, you saw the May revise with the governor, which is going to go back to the legislature, so we still don't know exactly if we're going to get hit, and if so, by how much. We all just went to Washington, D.C., and we look for funding for, at this time, roadways, and there was a lot of uncertainty. It was the same exact thing. They couldn't tell us yes, couldn't tell us no. They didn't have answers. They had very little answers. So with that, you look at a lot of the stuff that we do as a county, money funnels through us and that goes out. So if that money is going to come, how much money, we just don't know. And that's why you see the 58 counties being very conservative, because like Supervisor Dean was saying, the last thing we want to do is approve a bunch of positions or approve this budget, and then we got to pull back. And so with that being said, thank you guys for, what you have done and seeing that. And, we appreciate it as a board. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things, and then I'll go to Vice Chair Dollywell, is thank you too for the department heads that pulled off the positions that aren't being filled. That's huge that you actually take a look at that and do that, because if you have an ongoing position that you can't fill, that helps us because that vacancy rate savings goes down. And I understand it's important because those positions are funded. But thank you for the folks that did do that, and we're being mindful of the positions that can't be filled. So, Vice Chair Dollywell.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I agree with Supervisor Ding. Not only we have to be conservative how we spend our tax dollars, I think we should continue to explore ways how we can attract more businesses, economic growth, thus increasing our revenue stream. Director Jolly, I will reach out to you for a meeting. I have some suggestions, and let's see where things take us. If we agree on those, then we can bring them to my colleagues for their suggestions and their approval. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Garcia.
Yeah, I think we're all in opinion of pretty much the same things, but yeah, definitely economic growth is really gonna, the forecasting of our economic growth is a little bit slower than I would hope to see. Coming from a city that went bankrupt and saw their employees get laid off, and divorces happen and people lose their houses. That's the last thing I want to ever see happen in San Joaquin County with the employees. I have some concerns. A lot of departments, have relied, I'm not say relied, but used ARPA money as a lot of help to help fund some of the programs that we have in place. And that, we all know that ARPA monies is going to be no longer available at some point. And, I feel like the county's running a really good greased machine right now. And I would caution the growth when it comes to adding more employees to some of our departments because of the forecast that we have in front of us. Retention and recruitment's always, it's always a challenge. And one of the things that I can say, and I've seen it in the fire service, is that when your other counties and cities start to slow down, you're going to retain more of your employees because the grass isn't always greener, or vice versa. You're going to have the ability to recruit some really good people that may fall victim to some of the bad decisions that were made in the areas that they work. So, there's a little bit of a plus to that, and I commend your guys' team on giving a great presentation, and I appreciate everything that you guys do. Thank you.
Perfect. Anybody from the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, come back to the board. Thank you so very much for obviously using the 175 year seal on that. It looks pretty cool up there, so thank you for that. And we're setting the county up for another 175 years, so thank you for what you guys do. Much appreciated. Perfect. Anybody else? All right, we're good.
Just a
Oh.
comment, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair.
Brenda and Jennifer, thank you so much for the hard work you guys doing and your staff. And I really appreciate the opportunity you gave all of us to sit down and go over these numbers. That was very helpful. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Dollar, when did you guys say, I never, what happened?
I was the last one.
They skipped Rickman. Thank you for your time and energy. It's well appreciated. So awesome. At this time, we will go to closed session and,
This is an action item.
oops, I guess we need to vote on this.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion from
Second.
Supervisor Ding, second from,
Or it doesn't matter, I'll second if
go
nobody
ahead,
else.
either way, pick your poison. First and a second, call for the vote. 5-0. At this time, we'll go to closed session and we will return for 1:30 celebrations of 2 departments.
And just for the record, we don't need the labor negotiation matter on closed session, so it'll just be the second and third item.
Okay. Thank you very much. See you at 1:30.
Maybe.
All righty. Do we have any reportable actions from closed session? County Counselor?
We do, just give me a brief second here. With regard to the litigation, specifically item 3, Olus versus County of San Joaquin. A motion was made to settle that matter. The motion was made by Supervisor Rickman, seconded by Supervisor Gardia, and by a vote of 4-1, it was approved. Supervisor Ding was a no. The remaining board members were a yes. And the terms and conditions of that settlement will become available upon request once all parties have signed off on it.
Perfect. All right, at this time, we're doing the 1:30 presentations, and I wish we had more people. Director Sokol from the San Joaquin County Airport's Functions, Programs, and Highlights. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rick Sokol, I'm the County Airport Director, and we have a little PowerPoint display for you. So this aerial photo is taken from the air cargo ramp. That's a Amazon aircraft getting ready for cargo flight. So let's talk a little bit about airport basics first. So the airport as we know it today was originally built in 1965 as a civil airport. We're the only commercial service airport within the county, and we're classified by the FAA as a commercial service primary non-hub airport. What that means in many cases is that if we get 10,000 enplanements or more per year, we qualify for entitlement grants from the FAA. The airport is 1,552 acres and has 2 runways. One runway is approximately 10,200 feet long by 150 feet wide. The other runway is approximately 4,600 feet long and 75 feet wide. The width is important or significant because the typical highway lane is 11 feet in width. So you can see that airport runways are significantly wider, and that creates additional pavement maintenance challenges. Beyond the terminal and the hangars, the airport also has an air traffic control tower and a airport rescue and firefighting station on the field. Both of those buildings are owned by the county. The airport is Part 135 certified, meaning that we're certified by the FAA to meet specific safety and emergency response requirements and operate under an airport operating certificate issued by the FAA. This certificate ensures that the airport is capable of handling scheduled and unscheduled air carrier operations.
Director, we have a question from Vice Chair.
Mr. Sokol, are both runways good enough to land and take off 737s?
No.
No. One is?
Just the larger one is.
Larger one.
The smaller one is not.
Can that be modified?
We understand that.
I mean, is there a room for modification?
I would say technically yes. Okay. Realistically, probably not.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Typical air carrier operation like 737 would fly on a 150-foot wide runway, not a 75-foot runway. Activities at the airport include commercial air service, air cargo, air taxi services, military exercises, but most prominently, general aviation services. When I left the airport this morning, there were 4 business jets on the Atlantic FBO ramp, and I'm hoping that there were 4 parties coming to San Joaquin County to do business. Hopefully talk about investing some funds here. So before it was an airport, it was agriculture, like everything, I guess. The site was used primarily for agriculture until 1925. The landowner at that time began allowing pilots to land on the pasture east of his pig run in 1925. The city of Stockton became interested in the site and improved the field and dedicated it as an airport on May the 7th, 1927. So the airport started out as a city airport. And then the wars came. In 1940, with World War II looming, the United States Army took control of the site. When the Army Air Forces arrived in December 5th of 1940, there was one lone adobe hangar. The first troops that arrived formed the nucleus of the Air Force's Advanced Flying School. On December 10th, a headquarters was established, and by January 2nd, 1941, 90 cadets and 25 second lieutenants had graduated. But a flight instruction started that same, 90 cadets and 25 second lieutenants hadn't graduated, they had arrived on the site. Flight instruction started that same day with 8 AT-6 piston-powered airplanes, I believe. On January 11th, 1941, the field was officially dedicated by the War Department as the Stockton Airfield. It was the first advanced flying school on the West Coast. The Army spent 3 months leveling the fields and constructing buildings for housing, housing equipment and housing, and a headquarters for the Advanced Flying School was established. Once the school was established, the first class of cadets arrived. The 68th Air Base was organized. Eventually, a series of crafts workers were brought in, and the City of Soldiers was constructed at the once deserted airport with modern conveniences of a thriving metropolis. The site became a massive training center with roughly 60 buildings, a large fleet of planes, an 800-foot by 3,600-foot runway, which is an incredibly wide runway by any standard, and several thousand officers, cadets, and enlisted men with 4 satellite fields in the general area. Stockton Airfield trained thousands of pilots during World War II. The first group graduated on March the 14th, 1941, when 25 second lieutenants and 90 cadets received their diplomas. The school eventually graduated an average of 200 cadets every 8 weeks. Exactly 6 months before the end of World War II and 4 years after the first graduating class, the last group of cadets graduated. These photos are from the class of 42J graduating class yearbook. So we do have in our records some old yearbooks of people that learned to fly here in their military careers. We have pictures of the students and where they're from. And I can tell you very candidly that people came from all across the country, the Midwest, the East Coast, to learn to fly here and to learn how to serve their country. So sometimes I think we've kind of lost that in our heritage a little bit. We really do have to remember how people sacrificed their lives and how they came here to gain the skills they needed to preserve our freedom. So the airport was transferred after the wars to San Joaquin County in 1957. After World War II, the Stockton Airfield was declared surplus, and the city of Stockton and the county of San Joaquin resumed operating the former Stockton Municipal Airport under a joint interim license. On January 8, 1957, the city of Stockton transferred its interest in the Stockton Airport by grant deed, and the county of San Joaquin assumed administration over the airport. In 1959, construction of the terminal building and control tower began. The air traffic control tower was completed in 1963. On July 1st, 1964, Stockton Municipal Airport was officially renamed the Stockton Metropolitan Airport, reflecting its changing role as a civil airport. In 1965, the terminal was completed. The total cost for the terminal construction, including utilities, was, anybody want to guess? 1.2 million? How about $250,199? And the air traffic control tower was $3.75. No, $47,591. Over the years, the airport has seen a number of different air carrier carriers, some including United, Southwest, SkyWest, and Frontier. These flights were mostly to other California cities and included some destinations in the Mountain West, such as Boise, Idaho, Denver, and Reno. Interestingly, one of the most popular flights was from Stockton to San Francisco. So I think the airplane that you see on the right here is a Boeing 707, which would have probably seated about 120 passengers with four very thirsty engines. So there was commercial air service development here until 1995. While there was significant air service throughout the 60s and 70s, during the 80s and early 90s, air service began to decline, and as a result of deregulation and federal budget cuts, a nationwide phenomena that affected many smaller U.S. cities. Just a note about deregulation. So until 1978, the airlines were regulated in terms of the routes they could fly, the fares they could charge. And so there was a very rigid route schedules. In 1978, the federal government deregulated the airlines, and so the airlines could decide where to fly and how often. And so there was a shift, and I guess you could say, in how air service was developed in communities. In 1994, a $6 million budget cut forced the Department of Transportation to eliminate government subsidies to Stockton and 10 other communities certified for essential air service. So after deregulation occurred, there was an essential air service program established that would subsidize service to small communities so that they would continue to have service. And over time, since 1978, that essential air service program, which is a federal program, has been redefined and adjusted, and eventually a lot of cities have been dropped out, and Stockton was one of them, given its proximity to alternative airports. Commercial air service came to a complete stop in Stockton in 1995. In 2001, America West brought flights from Stockton to Phoenix, but that ended in 2003, according to the airline, for financial losses associated with the service. For 3 years, Stockton operated primarily as a general aviation airport. In 2006, Allegiant brought services to Stockton, starting with what is still their most popular flight today, trips to Las Vegas. Over Allegiant's time at the airport, they've offered trips to Las Vegas, Mesa, Long Beach, Palm Springs, Hawaii, San Diego, Phoenix, and now Denver. One thing that you may not be aware of is that Allegiant's business model no longer operates intra-California service. So when we talk to them about flying from Stockton to other points within California, they have decided that is not going to be part of their business model. There are some laws associated with crew rest in California that have affected their business plan, so they've decided not to fly intra-California. And that makes them one less competitor for the intra-California business. In 2016, SCK was awarded grant funds from the Department of Transportation, and with those funds was able to secure an agreement with SkyWest to bring service from Stockton to Los Angeles with the United Airlines brand. Flights began August the 16th, 2019. Despite the growing numbers and popularity of this flight, SkyWest canceled the route in April 2020 as a result of the COVID pandemic. So where are we today? Today we have Allegiant services to Vegas, Phoenix, and seasonal flights to Denver. We now have Amazon Prime cargo operations since 2016, which serve about 100 million pounds of cargo every year. Our general aviation airport, our facilities have 162 hangar spaces, roughly 200 based aircraft, and we have 11 commercial aviation tenants operating at the airport, including flight schools, cargo handlers, and jet repair facilities. And we're proud to say that all the office space within the airport terminal building is now leased as of March 2025. Projects that are underway at the airport include terminal building renovations and some expansion to the hold room, the development of an airport master plan to begin shortly, continued efforts to revitalize commercial air service in a consolidated airline environment, general aviation, which I think is the most obvious growth opportunity for us in the short run. We're recruiting different kinds of businesses to the airport, perhaps businesses that have not considered the Central Valley before. We're continuing to pursue new air cargo opportunities, particularly with perishable air cargo. We're trying to very much to take advantage of our proximity to Silicon Valley and becoming a clean energy hub. And then we're also getting more involved in community engagement. We want folks that live here to reconsider careers and opportunities for employment and careers in aviation. So the $28.7 million upgrades for the terminal building, I just came out of a meeting just 10 minutes ago, and that will be coming to you for your review and approval on June the 17th. We'll get that started. There's a new VISTA study going on that's now started to find a location and the right height for a new control tower on the airport. And then we're going to be getting involved with an airport master plan. An airport master plan looks for development opportunities for the next 20 years. It'll consider terminal renovations, what's needed with hangars for general aviation. It'll talk a little bit more about the control tower, its location. It'll discuss or review a little bit of the economic development opportunities associated with aviation at the airport. It'll look specifically at the runway length, the runway numbers. It will do a facility assessment to see if a second runway capable of 737s is necessary and the best way to provide that. We'll also look if we make some suggestions if it determines that we need to do more land acquisition. It will also look at environmental impacts. There will also be a financing plan that will be part of the master plan. So here's some numbers that are of general interest regarding airline services. As I mentioned to you before, we are trying to regain market share from the airlines. Other communities our size in California or other communities that we might compare ourselves to are shown here. By far, our population of our market area, which you could generally describe as Stanislaus and San Joaquin County is significantly larger than the comparisons that we're showing here. But those other carriers have more flights, more daily seats, more airlines, and we're trying very, very much, very desperately to convince the airlines that if they put those cold seats in our marketplace, we're going to fill it with warm bodies. So the biggest origin and destination market from this part of California is Las Vegas, followed by San Diego, Seattle, and Los Angeles International, Phoenix. SNA is is Orange County, and then Burbank and Denver following in that list. Again, as I mentioned to you earlier, Allegiant Airlines is limited to its flights within California, so we have to look for other carriers to fill in these gaps. General aviation, we're planning to upgrade hangars and enhance the fixed base services to make our airport as general aviation friendly as we can make it. So we do have some growing opportunities. The picture on top is Flight Dogs, our new flight school that's come to the airport. And then Atlantic Aviation provides first-class general aviation services to help us provide support to all types of general aviation users. Air cargo has become a big part of our airport. Nearly 100 million pounds of air cargo moved through the airport in 2024. It helps provide user fee revenue to the airport. It also helps a lot of folks in this area get their packages on time. And most recently, we've started an initiative to support green energy in aviation by recruiting a company called Zero Avia. Zero Avia is a leader in green energy technology applications in aviation. Their list of shareholders is impressive, including Alaska Airlines and United Airlines and Airbus, among others. And then we've also tried to get more involved in our community. We're trying to grow community relationships and interest in aviation as a way to help us meet our general aviation and overall aviation potential. If you haven't been out to the airport during flight times, you'll see the ladies off to the bottom left of the picture here, the volunteers who bring their dogs out for passengers to meet and to greet and help them relax as they get on an airplane. And with that, I thank you for your attention. Hopefully I touched the issues that are of interest to you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No, it's amazing to see the rich history. I mean, obviously, we're celebrating 175 years of the county, and the evolution of the time and then the energy and the amount of money spent there is obviously what's been lacking. So thank you for your leadership. Any other questions?
What's the daily average of agricultural flights, or not agriculture, but cargo, like Amazon? How many flights on average?
They're flying 767s. They're typically flying twice a day, one during the day and one at night.
Thank you.
You guys good? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon. Get this a little bit taller than me. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Patty Virgin, Employment and Economic Development Department Executive Director. Chairman Canepa, board members, here to present a history of workforce development and the Employment and Economic Development Department. We prepared a video for your pleasure, and I will be available to answer questions after the video.
We're celebrating an extraordinary milestone, the 175th anniversary of San Joaquin County. This presentation, brought to you by the Employment and Economic Development Department, highlights the evolution of workforce development in our county and the lasting impact of our initiatives on local communities and businesses. Let's begin by exploring the progression of federal workforce legislation that shaped our local governance. In 1973, the Comprehensive Employment and Training Act, or CETA, marked the first major federal workforce program aimed at job creation for disadvantaged individuals. It addressed urgent needs, but coordination of programs was a challenge. In 1982, the Job Training Partnership Act shifted control to local governments. Formerly known as the Department of Employment and Training, the Employment and Economic Development Department, along with the Economic Development Association, were officially
I think you're streaming from my office because it's about how good my office works.
They don't want you surfing the web.
We're celebrating an extraordinary milestone, the 175th anniversary of San Joaquin County. This presentation, brought to you by the Employment and Economic Development Department, highlights the evolution of workforce development in our county and the lasting impact of our initiatives on local communities and businesses. Let's begin by exploring the progression of federal workforce legislation that shaped our local governance. In 1973, the Comprehensive Employment and Training Act, or CETA, marked the first major federal workforce program aimed at job creation for disadvantaged individuals. It addressed urgent needs, but coordination of programs was a challenge. In 1982, the Job Training Partnership Act shifted control to local governments. Formerly known as the Department of Employment and Training, the Employment and Economic Development Department, along with the Economic Development Association, were officially designated in 1987. The Job Training Partnership Act allowed for greater flexibility and introduced innovative programs such as the Theater Arts Project and Summer Youth Employment and Training Program. These programs not only provided jobs, but also transformed lives. By 1998, the Workforce Investment Act took workforce development a step further, emphasizing service integration and establishing one-stop career centers, now known as America's Job Centers of California. These centers streamlined access to training, employment, and partner services all under one roof. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIOA, enacted in 2014, further modernized this system by focusing on career pathways, cross-agency collaboration, and performance accountability. WIOA ensured our workforce development programs aligned with local economic priorities and met evolving industry demands. The Employment and Economic Development Department is always seeking innovative projects that go beyond traditional federal workforce programs. One great example is the STEP grant, a Department of Rehabilitation project administered by EEDD. This program helps students with disabilities gain real-world work experience, build confidence, and take their first steps toward meaningful careers. Now let's hear from one student about how the STEP program helped turn the opportunity into achievement.
Hi, my name is Soraya Ramirez Gonzalez, and I heard about the WorkNet STEPS program through my math class, actually. My math teacher brought it up one day, and she talked about how WorkNet was hiring they were grabbing young students and offering them the summer program. in order to get us a job. And a lot of us felt really encouraged to try it out. And as of right now, I work at Misaki's, which is located downtown next to the movie theaters. I am a hostess. I got that job through the STEPS program. The STEPS program is very beneficial to many individuals, just as myself, as it prepares you for not only getting the job or getting the interview itself, but for adulthood. I think that I came in here with the mindset that, oh, I already know how to do the interview, I know how to do the resume, I think I'm gonna be okay. But through this program, I actually learned way more than just the resume and the, what is it called? The interview. I learned how to develop the skills that are required for them. The program has impacted my life very significantly because it's been basically the gateway to my journey of getting a job. I don't think I would have been able to get a job as successfully and a wonderful job like working as a hostess at a restaurant. That's amazing for a first job, you know. WorkNet has helped me so much through preparation. I think being prepared for the long journey is very important because you can't take a step forward without, you know, getting there, like stumbling and the baby steps. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know, like WorkNet has just been there for me throughout the whole journey. Like, I think it's incredible that we have adults who are willing to invest their time into youth and actually giving them the opportunity to see what they like and what they don't like, rather than filling out a lot of applications and seeing if they like end up winning the lotto of getting a job, you know? Especially since I lived in Southern California, I never have heard of WorkNet in my life. I was never offered at school any opportunity like this. So I think that coming here and working in this program has been extremely beneficial and definitely life-changing, because now I strive for better. Yeah.
San Joaquin County's commitment to economic growth shines through the work of the Economic Development Association, or EDA. In collaboration with local chambers of commerce and city governments, we provide a one-stop resource center for new and established businesses across the county. From labor market information and regional economic studies to employee recruitment and training assistance, we track business needs and trends to proactively respond, supporting companies facing layoffs with dedicated rapid response services. The EDA also administers important programs like the Employment Training Panel, which reimburses training costs for local businesses and offers support through American Rescue Plan Act initiatives aimed at helping small businesses thrive. Our business and retention specialists are at the heart of this effort, assisting companies at every stage. They conduct site visits, deliver presentations, and analyze business operations to maximize the benefits businesses can access, including state incentive programs. The EDA also coordinates seminars and workshops that connect business owners and entrepreneurs with essential training and networking opportunities. Collaborating with local chambers of commerce, we conduct direct business visits to understand concerns and offer tailored support. We continue to reach new milestones that highlight our continued efforts to empower businesses with state-of-the-art resources and tailored support, like the ribbon cutting for the new business center in January 2025. Notable initiatives include the Revolving Loan Fund, created in 1977 with a $5.5 million grant. This fund fills critical gaps for businesses unable to secure traditional financing, fostering job creation and economic inclusion. Events such as the annual WorkNet job fairs, held at the Stockton Arena and WorkNet centers around the county, are tangible examples of our county's dedication to community engagement and economic development. These fairs connect job seekers with employers, strengthening our workforce and community ties. Since the earliest days of workforce development legislation, the San Joaquin County Employment and Economic Development Department has played a vital role in shaping opportunity, one job, one business, one future at a time. Over the decades, thousands of residents have been trained, supported, and placed into meaningful employment, transforming lives and strengthening communities. In just the past 5 years, the department has served more than 58,000 adult job seekers, empowered over 1,700 youth, and partnered with more than 7,500 businesses, a testament to its enduring impact. Rooted in service and driven by progress, the San Joaquin County Employment and Economic Development Department continues to be a cornerstone of economic growth and community resilience, past, present, and future. And we would like to celebrate the people and partnerships that have brought us here and commit to building an even brighter future together. Thank you.
That concludes the presentation, but I am open to any questions you may have.
I just had one. So how, since moving downtown out north, how's that affected?
It's been good. Yeah, it was slow at the beginning, but now people know we're there, and definitely, I mean, it's hard to describe where we're at. It used to be, we're right across from DMV, right? That was the easiest way to tell someone where we were. Now we're by Costco. So it's been good. No, our numbers have continued to increase. It's a better space. We do see that it is better space for us. We've been able to accommodate additional partners, so it's worked out really well.
Well, yeah, it's working because the veterans are obviously going out, so who's taking their spot?
Well, we hope to retain a couple of veteran staff members there, and our department has grown quite a bit. So, but we are in conversations with Department of Rehab, who's looking for space. So we have other partners that are looking for space, but we're not in a hurry to get veterans out of our space because they have worked out really well for us.
Okay, so who is currently in the building with you? The Asian Chamber?
Well, we have SBDC. We have, yes, the Employment Development Department, and that encompasses unemployment, disability, veterans, farm workers. So they have a lot of different programming. We have the hospital call center in our building. We have representatives from Department of Rehab. We have, well, we're waiting for Job Corps. We don't know what's going to happen with them, but we had a representative from Department of Rehab there. Department of Job Corps. We're hearing that they're being asked to shut down. So we don't know if they'll be back. Department of the Senior Employment Services is there. So they serve in older Americans who are looking for work with part-time employment. So they're there. So we have a vast amount of partners.
So the doors are open to all.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Questions, comments?
No, just great presentation, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it.
It is nice, and that was kind of the goal, so that everybody sees what all of our great departments do, because not enough time we spend on the positive things in the employment that we do and how we take care of people in the community. So it's important that we see that.
Absolutely. And I've been with the department for 32 years. So I started with JTPA. So it was good for me to see, put this history together. So end of JTPA, not at the beginning, but end of JTPA. But it's been a great journey for me being with this department. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, board member comments. Who's going first? Supervisor Gardia?
Just gonna add, if you're bored out there, there's always a lot of events going on in the community. We just had the fair, even though it was hot, at least one of those days, when it was on Friday. There's a lot of plans for the future for the fairgrounds with bringing in different types of bands and different entertainment venues. A lot of high school and college graduations going on. Congratulations to Supervisor Rickman on his graduation of his daughter. My daughter graduated with her master's coming up, and so it's exciting times. Outside of that, just busy, and great job on everybody on all the getting all the financials, and we got the budget coming up, and I know it's a lot of work, and I see the giant books that you carry, and it's a lot of information, and I appreciate your patience when I do ask the questions, and you guys are always professional, and I thank you for what you do.
Supervisor Dolly?
My turn?
Sure, we'll go this way.
Congratulations to both of you. I want to thank the staff for everything they are doing. It's a lot of work sometimes, thank you is not enough, but we really appreciate everything. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, congratulations to my daughter Allison, graduated from San Jose State. Proud of her, which is great. Couple of things. I know we all went to Washington, D.C. for Council of Governments, talked to our representatives and some allied and some agencies, including the airport, FAA. We're trying to get some funding for San Joaquin County. Spent some time up in Sacramento with Cal Cog, talking to our legislators, again, about roadways and funding and all the good stuff. And we went to the Gold Star Family Memorial, I'll let our chair talk about that. And even Sandy, our CAO, well, she lives in Ripon, but was in Ripon for the American Legion Clinton McCausland Post 190, the reopening of their recently remodeled Legion Hall, which was done through some ARPA funds here from the county. I know Scott and Sarah was there. So we had the whole crew there representing San Joaquin County. Memorial Day, again, it's always great to see the communities come out and remember, honor our heroes. I know we were in Escalon, Ripon, and Tracy that day. And like I said, California Association Council of Governments, we're up in Sacramento about 6-7 days ago. So like Mario was saying, our Supervisor Gadea, very busy, and I think we're, folks see us up here, but we're out in the community pretty much all of us are 7 days a week. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff, for sticking with us. It's only 2:15. This is it's nice. Get here by 2:30. But again, thank you, everybody. God bless.
Thank you. I also went to One Voice to go and advocate for our communities. Not only is it the advocating, it's the camaraderie that are built by the people that go there, and you get to meet your other local officials in the county and the port and all the other folks that make up San Joaquin County. So that was a good event. We got a couple days of rain, so we walked to one of the meetings and we got soaked. And thank you for our county administrator. She walked with us, and I think we were soaking wet by the time we got there. Probably should have taken an Uber or a taxi. So, but thank you for that. Supervisor Gardia was one of the Rotary heroes. So for his commitment to the city of Stockton, the fire department, and the local union. So thank you for your 22 years of service. And you received the award, which was nice to go to and see CHP and sheriff and Stockton police were also honored that event. We had the mural unveiling at the DA's parking lot. It was able to attend that. So if you see it, it's on the corner of the parking lot building there. We also Republic had a landfill barbecue, so we went out to there and see the work that they're doing for composting and renewable sources of garbage. Clean City Initiative was another event, and that's always what we're talking about, places for people to go and recycle instead of on the side of the road. So we're doing more and more of those so that we can hopefully change people's habits so that they don't illegally dump, and then it ends up in one man's trash is another man's treasure, or man or woman. So curtailing illegal dumping is a huge step in the right direction for controlling blight. Fishing Derby is this Saturday at Norm Shumway Oak Grove, so they have a catfish derby, and I believe it starts really early. So anybody willing to go out and fish for some, they plan it with I forget how many pounds of catfish. Also, the Gold Star Memorial was an absolutely amazing tribute. If you don't get a chance, go by and see it. Mike Anderson is a Gold Star dad, and they've been working on it for 4 years, and it is absolutely beautiful. There's bricks and just the local art and everything, so that people who are veterans or people that have lost loved ones can go out there, and it's kind of a little cool place right out in front of the VA clinic and French camp. Also, there's been some 6 town halls, people out in the community trying to do outreach to see what the best and effective way of spending the HAP funds. Also went to an MC3 graduation for the building trades. It was pretty amazing. Director Virgin is out there. It was an all-women cohort, which was really cool. The interesting thing that, for me, is that they asked where they had all worked, and the common theme was that they had worked in warehousing. So hopefully they can get a job for some kind of trade and better their lives. Not that warehouse jobs are a bad thing, but I think this opens up a door for a lot of people to succeed in our local building trades. So a big shout out to the building trades for doing another graduation. We also attended the night before the fair, which is great. And like you said, the fairgrounds has just been kind of one of those assets that hasn't seen a lot of money, so they've been having some electrical problems. And Daniel out there is an amazing new director in the fair board, so breathing new life into the San Joaquin County Fairgrounds and trying to repurpose it, just like we're always trying to do in one of the, like the airport, something that's been there for a very long time, and we kind of haven't invested a lot of money in our community in that. And I think those will change. I also went out to Linden. They had Canine Dukes. They do the trials for the dogs out there, and if you ever get a chance to go out there, it's pretty amazing. The handlers all go out there and compete, and was able to attend that. And then the Jewish Food Festival, they had, it was there also, I believe, 175th anniversary, and it's the 50th anniversary of the food festival. So we were able to go out there and help them try to make the hate in our world a whole lot less. And I think that's pretty much it. We all, like you said, we all stay busy. We all go to events, nights, weekends, but we do it for the love of our county. So with that.
Chair, I just want to point out real quick to Chair, Vice Chair, tonight we have the 175th celebration in Manteca.
Yes,
So
the
looking
road
forward
show
to that.
continues. So we've been in our seal, but we're this year obviously celebrating youth, and we're doing birthday parties. We've done the city of Stockton, we've done Lodi, we've done Tracy, and so Manteca is 5 o'clock this evening if anybody wants to show up. We're trying to do outreach so that people know that we honestly care about our fellow communities and the work that they do and the people that support them. So thank you for reminding me of that. So that'll be at 5 o'clock at Manteca City Hall. And thank you for leading those. I want to give you guys a shout out because we've been doing great work and going to do a lot of public outreach so that people know that we actually are doing work on their behalf. So with that, I will, Vice Chair Dhaliwal.
On a sad note, I want to share with all of you that Mayor of Manteca, Gary Singh, he lost his mother a couple days ago. I visited the family yesterday to offer our support and condolences. And myself and Chairman Camp are going to be there at 5. Today, if he's there, we will offer our condolences on behalf of all of us.
So if we could close the meeting in honor of Gary Singh's mother, I think that would be appropriate. So our thoughts and prayers go to Mayor Gary Singh, and we will close our meeting in honor of his mother. So with that, I will see a call to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. Thank you.